The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The Grand Chess Tour continued to make its way across Europe for the Superbet Rapid and Blitz in Warsaw, Poland. Ardent chess fans packed the venue to see their favorite players put on a show in the beautiful capital city. Returning champ and Polish #1 Jan Krzysztof Duda looked to be cruising to his second title, leading the event after the rapid section. However, despite a slow start, the ultimate wildcard, reigning World Blitz champion Magnus Carlsen stormed up the standings, blitzing out win after win, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake to take the lead. But the Polish phenom wouldn't go down without a fight, battling his way back for a final round face-off between the Titans, where a win for Duda would force a playoff on his home soil. After a furious melee that went down to the wire, the former world champion was able to secure a draw, cementing his victory and leaving the stunned crowd in awe. With another leg in the books and a new champion crowned, tour players set their sights on Zagreb, the host city of Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, the third stop on the 2023 Grand Chess Tour.
Welcome chess fans to day one of the Super United Rapid and Blitz, held here in beautiful Zagreb, Croatia. We start the day in the playing hall as we are waiting for the players to arrive. In just a few minutes, the best chess players on the planet will battle it all out on the chessboard. It's time to start the action. Let's go to the studio in St. Louis.
The Grand Chess Tour returns to Croatia. It is rapid and blitz action with the greatest players in the world. Our live coverage from the St. Louis Chess Club and Zagreb starts right now. Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my brilliant co-host, the Astro01.
Nasi, it's so nice to have you back in studio. I missed you.
Me too. So good to be back.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. The third edition is about to begin. We had two great events, and we'll see if the third one can produce as much fireworks as the ones before. To remind everybody where we stand in our Grand Chess Tour, let's just take a look at the Grand Chess Tour standings.
Let's take a look. We have Wesley So leading the Grand Chess Tour so far with the most points, but closely following Jan Krzysztof Duda and Fabiano Caruana.
With Fabi only having played one event, he is in actually great position to pick up some GCT points, as we see also Alireza Dinglarin and Jan also only playing one event. And now tell us about Zagreb, the roster of players.
Let's take a look. What a wild card.
At the very top, right?
World #1 Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, indeed.
Second seed, the last year's Grand Chess Tour winner, Alireza Firouzja. American Fabiano Caruana. World Championship challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi. Poland's #1 Jan Krzysztof Duda. Romanian Grandmaster Richard Rapport. And an absolute legend, 5-time world champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
Whenever I see Vishy in a tournament, I just have to smile. It's just such an illustrious career. Welcome, welcome, Vishy.
And a huge talent from India, Gukesh. Local hero, Grandmaster Ivan Saric. And Romanian champion, Grandmaster Constantin Lupulescu.
And tell us about the format for the Rapid and Blitz.
Right, we have a 10-player round-robin tournament. In the Rapid, time control will be 25 plus 10. In Blitz, 5 plus 2. And in Rapid, it's a double scoring system. So the players will get 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and 0 for loss. In Blitz, they have a traditional scoring system. And the players are not allowed to offer any draws.
Oftentimes in these Rapid and Blitz, the players who finish first in the Rapid often go on to win the tournament. So scoring well in the Rapid is very important. Tell us about the schedule.
We have 5 days of exciting chess coming up. First 3 days will be rapid,
Right.
last 2 will be blitz, and on Sunday, if necessary, we'll have playoffs.
Already looking forward to that. Thank you, Nasi. And we're very happy to have in studio Miro. Miro, welcome to St. Louis. Nice to have you back in town.
Well, hi, Yas and Nasi. Thanks very much. I'm happy to be here. And as people at home might have guessed, I'll be doing analysis on the demonstration board. But since there are no games yet, let us take a close look at the field and specifically at the wildcarders. Right, as you've already pointed out in this area, Magnus Carlsen, world #1, and it's very awkward not to call him the world champion. He will be the top seed as well as the wildcarder. So, well, his achievements, 5 times world champion and ex-world champion, just doesn't sound right, but it was his decision. A year ago, during Grandchester Zagreb, he was the one to announce that he's no longer defending the title. Anyway, big expectations for Magnus. Well, he's still world #1, as we already said. Right, and once again, I just have to repeat an absolute legend. Vishy Anand, the oldest, the most experienced Tiger from Madras, 5 times world champion, and I am guilty. On a couple of occasions, I was trying to kind of write Vishy off after his not so good performance, and guess what? He always responds by winning another tournament. Right, the other 3 wildcarders, Ivan Saric, who has proven on many occasions he's dangerous to literally anyone. He has a win against Magnus Carlsen in a classical game in his pocket. Then we have Constantin Lupulescu, a very solid 5 times Romanian champion, and sometimes to have a good result in those DCT events, you just have to be solid and catch a couple of the bigger guys off guard. And then last but not least, Gukesh, young talent from India, world youth chess champion for now, but you never know, maybe in a few years he will be the world champion. Right, and since we are waiting for the games to start, let's hear from Anastasia and Christian, our crew members in Croatia, in Zagreb.
Thanks, Miro, and welcome chess fans to beautiful Zagreb, Croatia. And what an amazing start we had to this competition yesterday with the opening ceremony. I have to say, from my eyes at least, it looked all like great vibes. Anastasia, first of all, good to see you
Good to see you
again.
too.
Good to reunite. Tell us a bit about your view of the opening ceremony and what ensued after as well.
Opening ceremony was really great. It was a beautiful evening, and Prime Minister visited the ceremony and met with players as well. Also, we could see former world champion Garry Kasparov himself at the stage, and there were speeches, there was a press conference, and after that, of course, local chess fans and celebrities could enjoy the simultaneous exhibition. They actually gave a hard time for players, and 3 kids managed to win the games.
And what was the prize for that?
The prize is really great. I mean, all of them will have the right to make the first symbolic moves on the boards of their, stars of the stars. Actually, I don't know who should play after what happened, but anyway. So the games are going to start soon, and I would like to remind to all followers that they can actually go and check our social media accounts, Grand Chess Tour. Please follow us. Please subscribe to Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook accounts to follow and to see many videos behind the scenes.
That's absolutely why we are here for, but I have to say, I've been having my eyes on 2 very intriguing players. And Miro, you covered a lot of these exciting wildcards, but I'm having my eyes on 2 full tour participants, and that is Fabiano Caruana, as well as the young French phenom Alireza Firouzja. And I have to say, Fabiano just impressed in his first Grand Chess Tour event in Bucharest. He, in fact, won it, but won it comfortably. He did not have a single worse position in that tournament. He picked up 13 points, and I have to say he was quite happy to see Magnus in Poland take all the full tour points away. 13 points Magnus won. He is the wild card, so he's not going to be mattering at the end, the final tally of Grand Chess Tour points. And of course, the second player that I was mentioning is Alireza Firouzja, who I have to say started slow in Bucharest, but towards the end he was in contention to in fact win that tournament and give Fabiano a run for his money. Definitely 2 very exciting players, guys. The battles are about to begin. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Christian. As we see Ali Reza, they're getting ready for the start. Let's quickly, if we can, just go through the pairings. Do the honors, Nasi. What do you have for us?
Let's take a look. In the round one, Gukesh is playing Magnus Carlsen. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Duda. Firouzja versus Anand.
Yeah, it's kind of like the two youths and two legends, but please continue.
Richard Rapport facing Fabiano Caruana.
That's a nice matchup between our tour participants.
And Lupulescu against Saric.
And of course, they're going to be fighting very hard. And for what are they fighting?
They're fighting for a lot of money. There's a total of $175,000 in prizes. The first place winner is going to get $40,000, second place $30,000, third $25,000.
And a prize fund all the way to 10th and final place of $7,000 Grandchester points. If you win the tournament clear, you get 13 points, a bonus of 1 point. If you tie, they're going to be splitting the 12 points. As there you see the Tiger Madras, the legend Vishy, Duda versus Nepo. And here are the youths that Anastasia was talking about. Apparently, they performed so well. Wait a minute, am I looking at a tattoo on Nepo's arm?
Yeah,
Wow.
that's new.
Yeah, I was about to say, what's new? And
we
Gary
Gary Kasparov will
is
be
trying
back in.
to convince Ali Reza to play a different first move than he wants. Lots of smiles as game's getting started. Vishy and Knight F3.
Yeah, Gary does not like Knight of 3.
No. That's Vladimir Kramnik's move. He's forced to play Vladimir's opening move. Oh my. Let's see if he takes it back.
I think he's living it. That's his first move.
As we hear the public announcement, it was something like that in Poland where Duda and Diak had a
think it was
discussion.
Rapport and Diak,
Yeah,
yes,
Rapport and Diak. Take the move back. No, I won't take my move back. Knight F3, D5, G3. I'd expect G6 from no. Vishy going for C5. That's a surprise.
I'm sure he's prepared for this.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. One of the extraordinary things, G6, a few moves later, I think that throughout all of his career, much of Vishy's opening repertoire was underestimated. People really didn't understand that he was so very well prepared, and that became incredibly obvious in his World Championship match in Bonn in 2008 against Vladimir Kramnik, where he literally won the match with the black pieces, outplaying Vishy. Let's just jump into the games. At the top of the game that I've got on my board is between Gukesh and Magnus, and this comes from
We have the Sicilian.
a Sicilian. Expecting a Sveshnikov Magnuses with this move order, inviting D2, D4 takes and Knight F6. No, Gukesh plays a Rossolimo, which of course in the 2018 World Championship match is what
Between Fabi and
Fabi,
Magnus.
yeah,
They
chose.
had a lot of games.
Yeah, now C2, C3, it's a completely different approach from the one that Fabi was doing. He was capturing on C6. C2, C3, the idea is to build up a nice center with D4, Knight F6, Rook E1, all very standard up to this point, Knight E4 and Bishop E3. The players are quickly zipping through their preparation. Queen B6, and Mira, I know that this is all standard stuff, but Queen B6, oh, you've got a different game in front of you. You've got the Scotch.
I think I already seen the database.
Yeah.
Magnus has played Queen B6 twice before, just last year.
So he's
So this is still all prep.
Yeah, Gukesh will be very familiar with this. And Mira, tell us about the Scotch you have in front of you.
All right, yeah, it's not that not that developed just yet. It's an opening position in Nepo versus Duda, But that's an interesting line, I have to say, especially this H2, H4 move. And people's opinion on the Scotch game, it always varies, right? I mean, at some point, Garry Kasparov himself was playing and with great success the Scotch. Then it was considered harmless. And Nepo is one of the guys who are still pushing and trying to make something. Right. So, Queen E2, or rather should step back a little bit. Yeah, D4 is what we call the Scotch game, and you can play the Scotch gambit by going C3 or bishop C4. Not here. Knight takes, knight F6, knight takes, pawn takes, E5. Right, and once again, nothing new for these players at the very least. Queen E2, Queen E7, Knight D5. That's a major crossroad in this position. And C4 usually is the move. Then you can play G3, very slowish positional system. And this H4, I remember Alexander Morozevich, well, known to some, very extravagant, a very strong player at some point, commenting on this move as why I like this move, it makes zero sense whatsoever. And that was after he won a brilliant game against Vishy Anand with H2, H4. So it's a very venomous move. Right, and well, it developed somewhat bishop to E3, so not exchanging the queens. That once again, it's an interesting moment because you would expect after E takes D6 that in some way it's either black takes on E2 or white takes on E7. Not really. Bishop E3, and then the tension is about like developing the kingside bishops. Because you don't really want to waste the time moving the queen. So it's either G3, bishop G2, and for black it's also the same question. Do you go G6, bishop G7? So that promises us a very interesting fight. And back to you guys.
But Miro, statistically, I have to ask, in the position that the players have at the moment, how do the, theoretically speaking, score, just the line score? In white's favor, black's favor?
Right, as I can see, it's interesting. It's in black's favor, but it's not that much of a data, and most of the games, as you would expect, finish in a draw. And the best move, according to statistics, at the very least, is D6 to D5. Well, bishop E6 was already played, right? So here, according to statistics, the best was D6, D5, but that's once again. With modern computers, you probably shouldn't rely too much on the stats even from 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago.
Wonderful. Thank you, Miro, for that. Where would you like to take us, Nancy?
I want to look at the Rapport Caruana game because I think it's fascinating that Fabi played Richard's opening against him.
The French defense. It was funny. I just gave a lecture on the 3rd of July here at the St. Louis Chess Club. And I was doing this lecture on the French defense, where Fabi was white against Magnus Carlsen, and it was his first victory. Fabi defeated Magnus in classical chess in 8 years. It was his first victory over Magnus in 8 years on the white side of the French defense. So I thought, he'd be cured from playing the French defense as black. D2, D3.
I don't think Fabi plays E6 that often. Of course, these players can play any opening, but...
Very, very rare indeed. D5, knight D2, knight F6, and then a kind of surprise, if you will. I think most games continue knight F3, G3 at this moment. E5 by Richie, knight D7, F4. And this is not your French defense, your everyday French defense. This one with the G2, G3, white is looking to play bishop G2 and C4. Let's see how the game develops.
Richie is known to play very interesting sidelines that a lot of them he comes up with.
Right.
And I think this is maybe one of them.
Oh, no question about it. This is really off the beaten track. Now, if I'm in Fabi's shoes, I'm thinking that I want to attack the white center. I want to do it either very, very directly and immediately with F7, F6, or even
G5.
G5, hitting from the side. The problem is, once you play a move like G5, you've got to ask yourself the question, where am I putting my king? You see, if you play G5, and for example,
not on G8, right?
Right, like if you play G5 and I play, for example, knight f3.
Right.
And just for argument's sake, you go g4 and I go back to d2. You're not putting your king on the king side anymore. You're
No,
probably
I don't
going.
think white is putting it on the king side either.
It
H5,
could be.
H4.
Okay, I'll
it's
put
all
my king in danger.
Yeah.
But this is a very different and unusual position. I don't know what the database
No,
has to
it's
say.
interesting about this position that Fabio could also just play b5 and play on the queen side.
Indeed.
So he has both b5 and g5 options.
So it's sort of like you're playing a King's Indian attack with the pawn that's normally speaking on f2, on f4. This is actually a very standard idea, and I've played numerous games with the black side. I remember Pal Benko from an old game a long time ago. But in that case, of course, the pawn is on f2, the rook is on e1, and I'm going queen side,
Yes.
and he's going king side. It was a fun game, ended in a draw. Miro, jump in and tell us about this game going on, this position, and what does theory suggest after bishop g2?
Yeah, you are right, Yes, it's not very popular variation and not a lot of theory that I'm aware of, but let me comfort you on something. The last move that was played, which was f7, f6, played by Fabi, computer doesn't really like, and
It
guess
doesn't.
guess what it prefer? It prefer your b5 just to play on the queen side. Yeah, so here after f6, we still have surprisingly 2 games. One of them by Judith Polgar. And yeah, for more experienced viewers, Rappert, even though he represents Romania, he is of Hungarian origin, so well, I can see some links here. He probably grew up studying, among the others, games of Judith Polgar. So yeah, and capture, well, even though computer was recommending knight g1 to f3, and perhaps it's too dangerous to take this pawn, I can imagine, like if you take, okay, knight takes first. If black just goes all the way, captures the pawn, I guess castle short, or start with queen h5, knight f7, and then castle short. And black is not happy being a pawn up because he has quite a lot of problems to solve. Right, so Rappert went with e takes f6, and well, Fabi's thinking what to capture with. Computer is in favor of knight f6, but some people can make an argument for capturing with the queen, possibly hoping for e6, e5 to materialize. Right.
And just how these two players match up in their head-to-head rapids, well,
Couldn't be more even.
0-0-0, I think is how we scored this one, right?
I think this is results just in the rapid games.
Yes,
Yes. So
exactly.
6 wins for both of them and 6 draws.
0-0-0. Just turning our attention to the game of Ali Reza and Vishy for a second, because the players are playing rather quickly an awkward variation to navigate. Takes on c4, queen takes c4. The essence of the position, funnily enough, is this idea that this pawn on c5 is really doing a restrictive job. If we ever get in the move d4, we get this Catalan bishop, and nice things can happen for white. On the other hand, if black ever could play knight to c6 and knight on c6 to d4 and simply occupy the square, then from a space point of view, black is doing very well. So it's this very tense battle over a single square, the central square d4. The move knight e5 obviously opens up the bishop on g2, but in some ways it's just intimating I wanted to win the two bishops with knight takes d7, bishop e6, queen a4 check. We've been here before, knight d7, and now this move knight c4. Essentially what white has done is said, I've drawn your knight away
From the best square.
from the best square. And even though I'm wasting a lot of time, I'm making it awkward for black to have a harmonious development. Queen c7, d3.
All this battle for just the d4 square.
Yeah, exactly. And now white is eyeballing, gaining a tempo with the move bishop f4, bishop to d5.
I like that move, bishop d5, because the white bishop on g2 was a monster.
Absolutely. But here comes the question. After bishop to d4, I guess your queen has to find...
Maybe go back to d8.
Okay, fair. Queen to d8. And yeah, I don't see anything
Should white play
immediately.
e4 and not exchange the bishops?
I would like to do that. The problem as I see it is I'm just forcing your bishop to c6 where he picks up a tempo. That move, bishop d5, is the most irritating move. There's no question about it, because if you had cooperated nicely and simply castled, then we could see what Ali Reza would really like is this position where, whoops, I should actually put the queen on c8 because I have to defend.
B7.
Yeah, and now we see that these bishops are actually doing very nice.
Actually, these black pieces are very uncomfortable. White
Exactly.
controls the entire board.
Right, but the move bishop to d5, yeah, that takes a that takes a little. I'm losing my enthusiasm for Ali Reza's position after this move bishop to d5. It just feels looks like a good neutralizing move. Miro, you're looking at Magnus's position. What's happening?
All right. Surprise, surprise. A game of Magnus Carlsen was following the game of Magnus Carlsen. Well, up to a point, right? You guys had seen queen to b6, right? And bishop takes, queen takes. Was happening in quite a few games, one of them being Duda Carlsen from a year ago, a bit more than a year ago, won by Magnus Carlsen. And knight b to d2, the move that was played in our game, is a rare choice. According to the database we have, it's only 2 games were played with this move, one of them by a very decent grandmaster, Alexander Motilev. And yeah. Okay, so bishop to f5, knight to b3, b7, b6, and this is the moment where computer claims that black is already sort of taking over. It's not really better for black yet, but yeah, you know, the knight on b3 is very restricted by this pawn b6, and usually if black goes b6, the drawback would be that he weakens the light squares, but there is no light square bishop. So f2, f3, sorry, I jumped over. So b6, knight to h4, trying to exchange the above-mentioned light square bishop, bishop to e6, f3, well, seemingly trapping the knight, but g5, trapping the knight in response, h takes, bishop g5, f7, f6. And now white seemingly can win the pawn by capturing on h4, but the position gets open, black has a pair of bishops plus the knight on b3. Imagine the king side opening, the knight on b3 is somewhat far away from the action, so it does look like Magnus has a more promising game.
Well, the position really just blew up, and my question for you is, what was the novelty, or is this all still standard, Miro?
I love the current pawn structure.
It's these chaotic positions that are so difficult to judge because, you know, all of the guidelines that we have, you know, isolated queen pawns, all of these patterns that we really know inside and out, come to love. We don't have any of those things. This is just a complete mess. Jump in, Miro. Where did the novelty occur?
Yeah, so the interesting thing nowadays, Jas, is that, well, the name novelty is no longer valid, I'm afraid, because novelty is something that you do not have games in the database, but then people run their own servers and pair computers playing against each other. You know, maybe he had everything analyzed. Right. Anyway, as I've mentioned, knight b to d2 is already rare, and those 2 games that I have on a database saw bishop g4 played. And instead, Magnus's bishop f5, which, if you ask me, is a perfectly natural move, that happens to be a novelty. So not a crushing novelty, just a little of a new path, but it worked nice for him so far.
And the current position?
Yeah, and the current position, let me
because
check.
it's
Obviously,
a mess.
There was no transposition. You guessed it right. It's an absolutely new position.
Right.
And yeah, just let me take a step back, because at some point, computer was claiming even more of an advantage for black. almost a pawn here. Rook c1, queen to b7, bishop takes h4, d to e4. Yeah, was played, and then sometimes it happens with the engines. It sort of changes its mind a little bit. It still favors black, but not as much as it used to. Queen to d2 is suggested to play for white, and once again, like looking at computer lines, I sort of lost a human approach at this position. I really can't understand what's going on. Everything is going to open up, and my guess is Magnus going to win.
Yeah, those two bishops should be great after the position opens up.
Wow, and for me, this is one of those positions that as white, I want to just go student body right. Like I'm looking at the fact that black is missing a g6 pawn in front of his king. And in for a penny, in for a pound, something like rook c3 takes on e5, rook g3.
You're just going straight
You're
for
just
the
going,
king.
yeah, just throwing everybody over there. But on the other hand, this bishop on h4, if the bishop was on c1, I'd feel better about the pawn sacrifice. Queen d2, something similar. The idea of, again, of coming, that missing g6
Right.
pawn
Besides
draws
the
my eye.
queen and the rook, it's hard to get our pieces to the king side.
Exactly, exactly. Also, this knight on b3, yeah, I mean, just the fact that we're going to have to spend tempi to bringing the knight to e4. A game, unfortunately, for our wild card players are not going to get too much attention. Is the one between Konstantin and Ivan. I just thought that this was a kind of a remarkable move by Konstantin, the move bishop to d3. I have played this bishop to d3 idea with the knight coming to e2. And seeing the knight on f3 kind of was a
And after
surprise
that,
for me.
were you pushing f3 or f4?
It depends. A lot of the time, f3. But sometimes I played one game against Ivanchuk where I got in f4 and smashed him lovely,
Nice.
nicely. Bishop to d3, e5, and it's a King's Indian. And instead of having the bishop on e2, the bishop on d3 makes it that much more difficult for black to get in a comfortable f5, bishop c2. White is actually waiting for the move f5 here. I think his intention, at least, is to take, and then
E6.
go knight to g5. So Ivan waited, knight a6, bishop e3, queen e7, knight d2, and the players, I think we're up to date with the players after the move f2, f4. Definitely off the beaten path as far as King's Indian defense positions go, but
I like
intriguing.
black. You know, I think Ivan played f5 at the right moment, and now
Okay.
maybe he can just play e4, which I think he just did.
He's done it, yes. After this move e4, it's funny, I want this knight on d2 to be in two places at once. I'd love for it to be on the e3 square, right? Nice blockading square. Equally, I'd love it to be on the d4 square, where it
Just
would be
anywhere but d2.
anywhere but d2. So knight to b3 to d4, that would have my attention, as would rook e1, knight f1, bishop to d4, and to get the knight to e3. From black's point of view, I guess you want to play king h8 and rook g8
Definitely.
and try to use the half-open g-file. Jump in, Miro. What do you think about this position after the move e4?
Right, so after the move e4, computer turns to like black, and well, Yasser, I believe you can confirm on this, computer engines and the King's Indian have a very interesting dynamic historically, because the older computers, like say, back in the day, 10 years ago perhaps, would turn to overestimate white's position and claim
Yes.
white is winning whenever he gets the, gets some space with d5. It has been fixed, and I'm wondering if now computer does the opposite, because it favors black, but against the plan that you've mentioned, by simply like slowly playing rook to e1, knight to f1, trying to exchange the bishop, well, it fails to demonstrate anything decisive. So I'm wondering if, it's kind of dynamic factors are in black's favor. White has some pieces misplaced, but a long-term plan, and especially in a human game, I would still pick white here.
Thank you, Miro. Yeah, it's interesting to see how the computers rebalance, reconfigure themselves. And as you heard at the opening of the show, Anastasia was talking about a very, very nice opening ceremony. We just like to show you a nice clip that we have from the opening ceremony. Have a look.
Welcome to the opening ceremony of Super United Rapid and Blitz here in Zagreb. We're expecting the opening ceremony to start soon with the presence of the Prime Minister of Croatia, Andrej Plenković, and former world champion Garry Kasparov. Let's get to the action.
It is a pleasure to be here once again. It became a real tradition to come to Zagreb to celebrate chess over here with the greatest players in the world.
I want just to assure you that our foundation will continue to bring the chess to you, dear chess lovers, and will try to bring grand masters here to have a nice example for the kids, to try to educate them, to give to them the chance to become better people.
Just having a quick word with my friend and colleague Vishy Anand, I realized that it's the first big tournament where one of the participants, in this case Bukeshdi, was born after I retired from chess. That definitely feels me very old. Next year we will celebrate chess in Zagreb again. Thank you.
It was an amazing opening ceremony which was broadcasted live on the national television of Croatia. Many chess fans came here and were happy to see all top chess players. And now it's time to get back to the games.
That did look like a fun opening ceremony, and the quip there by Garry that Gukesh was born after his retirement. Wow, very quickly, time flies and you're having fun, and there you see Gukesh playing against Magnus. And let's just jump quickly into that game, because guess what? After bishop takes h4, takes on e4, he did play the move rook c3. And again, it was student body to the right side of the board, as Black's king is missing the g6 pawn. Now, I was expecting Magnus to actually capture the pawn and challenge White to prove his attack. Magnus
But
had
Magnus is not a pawn grabber.
he was not interested. And after the move f5, well, very quickly, bishop g5, almost... Miro, I almost want to say, could this be prep? I mean, no, I can't imagine that Gukesh has prepared this position, because he played bishop g. I mean, before the move bishop g5 was played, there's some very nice ideas here for White. Queen h5, rook g3 amongst them, but bishop g5 was played so quickly. I think it's prep. What do you think? Miro?
Yeah.
You're
I was waiting for you to finish, yes.
Sorry.
It can't possibly be a prep unless it's a very bad prep or gambling, because computer clearly favors Black.
Really?
And you were absolutely right. F5, well, sorry, Magnus, but happens to be not the best move. Indeed, well, you know how it is with computers nowadays. You expect your attack to be sufficient or at least threatening. But guess what the monster does? Rook a to d8, claiming there is no attack whatsoever. And only when you play queen h5, it does take care of defending the bishop on g7 by playing bishop f5 and then to g6 or going rook f7. And it's more than a pawn in Black's favor.
Wow.
So in our game, after f5, it's still Black who you should prefer, but not by a huge margin. Queen c1 was a very, very cool opportunity that he apparently missed, because not only you are threatening rook to c7, but also queen g5. It's a multi-purpose move, and it would almost equalize the chances. So instead, he went with bishop g5, still playable, and am I right, Magnus is to move? Yeah, according to computer, Magnus has to play f5, f4, which is, I wouldn't say very natural
Obvious.
move. Like
Yeah.
it's a very bold move to play.
No.
Once it's on the board, and that's very often with computer suggestions, once it's on the board, you immediately realize, okay, so he plays f4 to cover the g3 square, not to allow bishop f4, and so on and so forth. But to consider f5, f4 move, you have a beautiful pawn chain, so at least some stability, and all of a sudden you have to play f4. So it's not an easy move to play. Let's see what Magnus does.
Not an easy move at all. Nasi, that move f4, that strikes me as, yeah,
I think that's a move I would make in rapid.
in rapid. And
Yeah.
Blitz, I like...
He just played it.
And it just played it. I like that move, Queen C1. The more I saw that move, the more I liked it as well. Sort of like you're playing for these dark squares, and ideas of bishop to G5. I find bishop to G5 to H6 to be very attractive, especially once you see rook C7 as well. So Queen C1 definitely was a nice one. Bishop to G5, F4. And again, we're back to this chaos. But I was really surprised, Mira, when you said the engines gave a very clear advantage to Magnus. Is that still the case with these last two moves?
Yeah, well, as I said, f5 perhaps wasn't the best.
Right.
And, well, once again, sometimes human understanding proves to be right. You have a pair of bishops, you really want to open the position up. Right, so f5, and then, as we both mentioned, queen c1 would have been almost an equal game. Bishop g5, and then, if Magnus would not play f4, the position would be equal according to computer. And then when you are shifting from something that was better for you to equal, it usually goes downhill from here. Anyway, so f4, a cool move, queen to c2, and queen c2 is a terrible, terrible mistake, I have to say. At least according to computer, because now by playing h6, bishop h4, e4, e3, well, computer claims it's a decisive advantage, and by decisive it's almost 3 pawns, 2.5 pawns, as you can say. Well, it goes down a little bit, but I believe, yeah, that's a really, really bad mistake that he made.
I hate to argue against the computer, but I think the move queen c2 had a dual-purpose idea. The first, of course, is gift me the pawn on e4, but the second was to play rook to c7. So after your move h6, which looks really fine, I'm pouncing with the move rook c7. Pouncing, you like
okay.
that?
Let's try. It's Yasa versus computer. Let's try. Now, obviously, and this would have worked, Yasa, if not for rook a to c8. And this is, yeah, for people at home, this is the problem we grandmasters of the past, so to speak, have against the computers, because the understanding is there and your plans are good, they just don't work tactically. Yeah, and after rook a c8, it's lights out. Yeah, I don't know what you have to do. You're
So
basically rook and a couple of pawns down, according to machine.
Take, rook f7?
Yes, sir, it's -7.
Only. I'm not giving up.
Right, but what's interesting, once again, yeah, so you have the correct idea of, in this position, of double attacking or playing multi-purpose. It just had to be, once again, queen to c1, and this would have worked. Because the queen is protected on c1, so whenever we have a trick with rook to c7, black won't have rook a to c8. So and that's a tiny but very important difference. And of course, you can't play h6 right now because your f4 pawn is hanging.
So had Gukash played the move queen c1,
it's still better for Magnus. It's just not as bad. Yes, so still e4, e3, and then if you try rook to c7, he drops the pawn, but he goes either queen e4, queen d5. Computer is indecisive between the two. I'd suggest queen e4, you know, closer to the king, bishop to d5 next. It's a very dangerous initiative.
Absolutely, sure looks that way as well. And the current position, though, like you said, it's almost 3 points in favor of Magnus, and he did play h6?
Yeah, he did play h6, and Gukash is still thinking after h6.
That stopped him.
Yeah, and basically, it explains a lot, right? So he was relying on rook c7.
Right, exactly, and the queen c2 kind of missed rook c8. Oops.
Yeah, now Gukash is in real trouble.
Right.
We should take a look at Nepomniachtchi Duda game, because I think that game is also
Kind of
was
blow
blowing
up.
up.
Yeah.
Duda is up a pawn, however, there's some compensation for it.
Well, this was the Scotch, and when we left it, Miro was explaining that you almost expect one player to either be playing queen takes e7 check or queen e2. The queens didn't come off the board, and then the question is, how are we going to develop our bishops on f8 and f1? Well, apparently very easily. Both sides castle.
But I want to also take a notice at their time. Jan, as always, in his style, playing really fast. He has 20 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
Against Duda, 7 minutes.
That's a big difference. And in their head-to-head matchups, let's see how they score against one another.
Slight lead for Jan.
Yeah.
6 wins, 4 losses, and 5 draws.
Okay, but for Jan, I mean, considering Duda's performance in Poland, this is pretty darn good. 6 wins. And by the way, there's a vacuum that just occurred in this game as, everything just kind of got hosed off the board. But Duda is a pawn to
He's
the
up
good.
a pawn, and he has a pass pawn on the side, which is very nice, but his king is not the safest, so he has to keep the rook on g8, which is unpleasant to
Right.
have it defending the g7 so passively.
Exactly.
Is this enough advantage for black to win?
Probably not, but on the other hand, it's a great success for Duda that he came out of all of these opening complications with the pawn in hand. So good for him. A game kind of got away from us a little bit. The game between Richie Rapport and Fabi. When we left it, we did see that French defense with f7, f6 captures the pawn, and this is where the computer really does, I think, distinguish itself. The willingness of the computer just to sacrifice a pawn and say, look, I've got these, tremendous dynamic attacking chances for the
I'm
pawn.
ahead in development.
Yeah, I'm ahead. And for us humans, we would sit there and go, well, the material. He ended up capturing on f6, and I think that gave Fabi the free play that he needed to just,
In the current position, I really like Fabi's knights on e4 and f5.
Exactly. They made a great impression. And Miro, another game that got away from us, the Vichy game. What's happening there?
There's a lot has happened there, and stepping a little bit back, I claim that Alireza Firouzja has unlocked the achievement of giving 2 similar checks, Queen A4 check by move 10. And on a bit of a more serious note, it's quite a rare line already. Then Queen A4 check was played, and one of the games I can see is Anish Giri against Vishy Anand. So Vishy was following his own game, right up to the point, and you guys explained in detail what was happening here after bishop e6. Yeah, that's the new check, and we are left with 3 games only. One of them of the players I don't really know. Then we have Giri against Anand, and we have, and that's important, we have 1 game from so-called correspondence chess. Mm-hmm. And these are the guys who spend days and sometimes weeks analyzing their next move. So these games are usually of a very good quality. Knight b to d7, still following Giri Anand. Knight to c4, and that's Giri apparently didn't play knight c4. And then we've gotten to this moment when the bishops were exchanged, and you pointed out how good it is for black. So black is safe, and computer turns to agree that from now on it's equal and starts to be in black's favor. I'm not really sure where was the moment where Alireza kind of misplayed it. Queen b3 looks dubious according to computer, even though it's a tempting move. Queen has nothing to do on a4. Anyway, if we move a bit further, so that's move 16, and in 5 more moves, we are having this position. We're still roughly equal. b5, exchange on b5, exchange on b5, knight to d2 back, knight here, queen c2, and queen c2 happens to be not a good move. Right, so computer is saying, yeah, basically there is something that is threatening, which we don't know yet, but he had to play knight c2 e4. Well, blocking the diagonal, also applying some pressure on c5, and queen c2 happens to be just a little bit too slow. So knight g4, and now you no longer have a chance to play knight e4. Black will capture the bishop, and the best, according to machine, once again, was move knight to f1, but this is not the move you play happily, right? So black will exchange your dark square bishop and have no problem whatsoever, possibly better chances. Instead, Firouzja went with bishop f4, and e5 was the best. That wasn't played. Bishop to d4, and once again, the problem with bishop to d4 is once again allows white to play knight to e4. I don't think it's played yet, so Firouzja is thinking. So it goes back and forth a little bit. At some point, looked very promising for Anand, but this fight is still ahead of us.
Thank you, Miro. I just wanted to turn to the game of Konstantin and Ivan Saric for just a moment because, well, you know, in this moment, White is eyeballing this pawn on a4, and he's looking to play knight to e2 to d4. So knight c5, and do you take the pawn? Konstantin thought about it and said, give me the pawn, but look what he gave up after knight takes a4, bishop to d4 check. That is just a monster bishop in the middle of the board. And after king h1, well, you don't have to be a puzzle rush champion to see what's coming up next. Rook h6, rook takes h2, and after the move knight b3, we've caught up with the players, and I'm thinking after rook h6, you're almost forced to take before
those pawns.
I know, and well, let's just say you black has great compensation. I don't know how else to put it.
King's Indian gone really well for black.
Exactly, something has gone. Missed on this one. Let's jump to the game of Gukesh and Magnus for a second, because after this move h7, h6, bishop dropped back to h4, pawn on e4 is still hanging, rook on c7 looms over the position, and then we saw the move e3, queen g6, and tell me what's going on.
Can black just play bishop f5?
I don't know. It looks like a good move to me, too.
I guess Gukesh wants to play queen c6 and maybe exchange the queens.
That's what I thought as well. Exactly, queen to c6. Although, you know, I was hovering over on the king side there for a moment. I think queen c6 is more or less required. I can't hover more with queen
maybe
h5.
Maybe instead of bishop f5, black should play bishop d5 and not allow that exchange.
Okay, bishop to d5.
I really like the bishop and queen setup on the diagonal.
Yeah, it's especially concerning that I've got no rook g3 ideas. My knight is really stuck, unfortunately. And
actually, Magnus made a move. He played queen d7 instead of bishop d5.
Queen to d7. Okay.
That looks great too.
It does. I mean, it's like the queen is all dressed up. It looks really pretty on g6, but
it's all alone.
It's all alone. I have no supporting cast, if you will.
It's very hard to come up with good moves for white here.
Exactly. It's not that I'm afraid of takes and takes. It's just that I don't see how I'm going to coordinate white's pieces. I suspect this is one of those positions that's just incredibly favorable for black, Miro. I just don't see how white's coordinating. Over to you.
So you would think, Yasser, that this one is close to be winning for black, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And guess what? You're absolutely right. It's
for once.
It's so helpful to have such an insightful commentators, because you've identified, I think, the key to this position better than Gukesh, because as far as I understand, he was really hoping for queen g6 and then bishop to f5, queen c6. While exchanging the queens, black would still be better in this case. But it turns out Yeah, we had an image of black king being weak, right? And white
Right.
forces joining the attack. But it's in the past. And now, as you've absolutely correctly pointed out, white has tough time coordinating. So each of your moves, bishop to d5 or queen to d7, would lead to great advantage for black. Yeah, so after queen d7, the move that was played in the game, rook e to c1 followed. And then once again, a chess player in me wants to play positional game with rook a to c8 or something, but yeah, computer is just merciless. He says, well, we don't care, we exchange a beautiful bishop because we want the d4 pawn, and claims that black is, well, the evaluation is +4, which means like 4 pawns up, which means winning.
Yeah, 4 pawns, that's just huge.
Oh, because I think after taking on d4, e5 falls as well.
Yeah, a takes, queen takes to d4. Well, you have to go rook c7, there is no way back. And then, yeah, then black just plays rook a to e8.
That's interesting. I thought black had e2 and queen d1 right away instead of rook e8. Does that work?
Well, he blocks, I believe. He blocks with...
Bishop.
Yeah, we can try this one. e2 check, king... I'm sorry. So e2 check, discover check, and yes, you're right, queen d1 is a threat, but he goes away, and queen d1 for now does not really win because white can block with the bishop. But yeah, even after that, queen d1 is unnecessary, but even after that, black still has the advantage.
Nice. Queen takes d4, the d pawn connected to the e pawn, and away it goes.
I think we have another game getting close to -4. It's Duda against Nepomniachtchi.
Wow. At first, when the players entered this major piece ending, extra pawn for Duda, I thought, yeah, okay, you know, you struggle and you try your best to win. I didn't think it was that bad, but as we continue forward, it's very clear that, well, the extra pawn is meaningful, and even worse, white's king is the one who's getting hunted down here a little bit as well. King h7 and queen d6.
I think one problem for Duda, it's time. He has less than 3 minutes left, and it's very easy to miss perpetual check or some kind of tactic in a position like this.
Right. Here, the problem is it's only one check. It's not like the...
So can white at some point just push g5, try to...
Okay, e3 is on
e3 is hanging.
on,
So
on
maybe
tap.
put the king on f2.
Back to f2 makes sense. So that after, for example, a3, now you want to play your g5 ideas, yeah?
I'm desperate, so I have to try something.
Exactly. G5. Now here, I can take away... Do you want to play check first and then play g5? Because here I can take away the check. So that after, for example, king g3, now you don't get, you know...
Well, I wanted to keep the queen on d6 just in case. Maybe I'll take the pawn on a3 if you give me some checks.
Okay, so, I think we've just played the move queen d3. Do you want to play No.
G5, yes.
Oh, king f2 first, right? You want to play king f2.
a3 and then g5.
Exactly. Okay, so king f2, a3, no check, but g5 right away. And if I give you check, you go back. I've got a tempo against your rook. Although queen
I don't have
g6.
Queen g6, take rook a4. That's still a lost rook endgame because you're up too many pawns.
I feel that's the case, right?
Has to be, right?
By the way, queen e6, no g5s.
e6 was played.
And no king f2 either. Just.
So he's defending the pawn on e3.
Yep.
But after a3, what do we do now?
That is the key question. What are we doing about the runaway criminal? A3, A2.
That pawn is unstoppable, so Jan must have some ideas on the king side.
And, well, they're playing quickly, so let me update my...
He played rook f7.
Rook f7. So...
Is it a bluff, or does he actually have... Oh, I think he has perpetual check ideas. If you push a2...
Yes, which I want.
Can I take rook g7?
What?
White takes rook takes g7.
Rook takes g7, rook
Queen
takes...
f5 check.
And you've got checks on
think
the
I have a draw.
diagonal. Wow. That's yeah, I think so too. I think that as I mean, I'm not waltzing away, right?
Right. So king f6, queen d6, not f5, because then you go to e7.
Right. And here I can't go to g5. I walk
Checkmate.
into mate.
And
So
queen d7 back.
and
This
that's
looks
a,
like
a
a draw.
perpetual. So rook, that's a nasty perpetual. Rook
Mm-hmm.
f7. And if I play king h8, can you still play rook takes g7? That's crazy.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Yeah, that
No, I
is.
can't anymore, because you can take rook g7, queen e8, and king h7.
I was going to check you on the No,
Then I
then
have
you
rook
go
g8.
rook g8. So he's played queen b8 check, recognizing, Duda recognizes that there are perpetual checks. Pardon
Queen
me.
b8 is a great in-between move. Now you protect the last rank, so you can
Yes.
just push the pawn now, because
Exactly.
rook g7's no longer a threat.
King h3, so no rook g7 anymore. And there you have it, a2 on the board.
Duda is down to his last minute, but I think he's,
Well,
he's
a
got
winning
this.
position. He may be short of time, but it feels like a winning position here. And Miro, let's turn it over to you and Magnus and Gukesh. How are they doing?
Well, Magnus is a machine, right? So he took the machine part, and that's what we have. He just captured on b3 and captured on d4, and that's what we've discussed already. That's absolutely winning for black. And I use this moment to cheer for you guys. You've absolutely spot-on analysis on Nepo's game, because you've identified there was a perpetual with rook to g7, and yeah, just let me bring it over here. Yeah, rook g7, your line. If black doesn't play queen b8 check, so a2, and it's a beautiful rook sacrifice with a perpetual check. And you're absolutely right that queen b8 is a very strong in-between move, after which black is completely winning.
Wow. At first, when they entered this major piece ending, I didn't think it was that cut and dry, that simple, I want to say, for Duda. Very impressive technique. All the games, by the way, have kind of exploded. Even the game of Fabi and Richie is also double-edged as well. Nasi.
By the way, I just want to mention that
Please.
Gukesh and Magnus were just teammates last week in Dubai,
Exactly.
playing for the global chess event. And Magnus even made the comment that his team kept winning because Gukesh kept winning every game.
Indeed. All-star for Magnus's team. And it was quite a shock that Magnus's team did not get to the finals. Rook c7 on the board. This is where you were mentioning e2 check and queen to d1. Magnus just playing rook to e8 and saying, okay, I'm not going to allow any counterplay based on rook takes e7. The difference, obviously, is that you need your bishop to defend the mate. So rook takes e7, rook takes e7. Bishop takes e7,
It's
e2
nice to
check.
have e2 as an option on every move.
Exactly. The discover check just looks so very powerful. Rook e8, prepping. And again, this queen on g6 looks really beautiful, but without backup.
Do you think Gukesh should bring the queen back, maybe queen g4 and try to put it on e2? Play defense?
Yeah. Well, let's jump over to Zagreb with Christian, who has a very special guest in studio. Christian, over to you.
Thanks, Yasser. Yes, indeed, we do have a very special guest, the mastermind behind the Grand Chess Tour and the 13th world champion, Mr. Garry Kasparov. Gary, first of all, welcome back to the show. I've seen you last time in Poland. Now we're in Croatia. It seems like everywhere the Grand Chess Tour goes, there's so much love.
Absolutely, but again, I'm so happy now we have traditions. Bucharest, Warsaw, Zagreb, and of course, everything will end up in St. Louis.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a tradition now here, and I think there was a spectacular opening ceremony yesterday.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, 45 minutes live, prime time. So it's this on national TV. With the prime minister and members of the government, attending and. I think it was phenomenal. Yeah, and I mean, it shows that chess could also offer value for a sponsor.
Yeah.
So it's not just charity. It's a big deal, and I think the Superbet is happy, and I think the chess players are very happy because the standards are very high. I mean, you could see that chess is the game that receives respect it deserves.
Absolutely, and every single ballroom that we go to, it gets filled. In Romania, it was filled. In Poland, I mean, oh my God, what was?
And of course, many more people following.
Yes,
online. Now it's like it or not, but it's the most prestigious tournament in network in the world. And now with Magnus dropping out of the official cycle and participating in the Grand Chess Tour, so that definitely adds prestige to our event.
Speaking of one participant in the Grand Chess Tour is Duda, who's been having a pretty decent year. He did well in Bucharest, he did very well on home turf in Poland, and right now, what a great start against Nepo with the black pieces of victory.
Yes, I somehow missed the moment because the position was not great, but nothing just. From my perspective, I mean, nothing was indicating that it was such a disaster for Nepo so quickly.
In fact, it seemed like he had a better preparation. He got the scotch on the board.
Prepared, but I just he played very was exuberant confidence, but I wasn't sure why you're so confident. I mean, it's just because the way I understand chess, he didn't tell me that his position was so great. So because black has solid position in the center, c5 pawn is questionable. Pawn h5.
And this was the mistake. H5
as my late coach Alexander Kitin said, in this position, h5, the best move will be to play h4, h2. But unfortunately, pawns do not go back.
Yes. Yeah, and this seems to be sort of what led to his demise. This pawn on h5 became a weakness later on, but we still have some games going on. Magnus seems to be doing quite well. He didn't do well in the beginning in Poland. After that, we were discussing at some point, and we weren't really thinking that he's going to come back.
Yes. He did.
He did come back.
Yes. It's a pity that he plays here only, as a wild card, not a full participant of the tour. So he'll be still, missing him in St. Louis. But again, it's just since his performance in Warsaw and was outstanding. Okay, the blitz section of that. And let's see what happens here. But again, he's undoubtedly he's a clear favorite.
You've been gauging their vibes at the opening ceremony. You talked with Magnus quite extensively. You were talking with Nepo as well. Who did you feel was in the best shape or in the best mood?
No, Magnus is relaxed now, so that's why I guess. With Nepo, you never know. But I think it's hard. Nepo, he understands. He's a sensitive man, and obviously, this horrible war, and the fact is that he's, even technically, I know how you feel being Russian, especially if you stay there. So, and I think it has pressure. It puts pressure on him because he knows that he somehow also shares this collective responsibility for these heinous crimes committed in Ukraine. So that's why I think it's difficult for him to play.
Definitely feels like there's some psychological pressure on Nepo right now. We're hoping that he's going to show his best self in this tournament. But let's discuss this position. I mean, is there anything to discuss at this point?
There's anything to discuss. I still, I'm puzzled by the opening choice because as we discussed it briefly, that's the idea. That the black should play d5 instead of exchanging on d4. That's late 80s, early 90s. Because when I started playing chess, this is in the 70s. That was kind of it's a type, CD4, D5, E5, knight D4, and then knight C3. So I remember I played it in Baku tournaments as a kid, typically for black pieces. Yeah, so that was when. And then they discovered that we can play D5. And I think this was a kind of consultation game. I played after the match with Nigel, 93 on stage. And I played with someone against Nigel and someone. And we played D5. And I think they were quite surprised. They took on D5 and played some kind of C4, but it's not good. So the right move E5, knight D4. And I remember I played it. This was against Shirov in one of the Linarises, I think in 2002 maybe, 2002 probably, yes. Yeah, and I took on c6, and
After d5, yeah.
actually it might be maybe when it was my I mean there's so many Linares, maybe it was my last Linares into I don't just one of them. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the. I took on c6 and no. E5 94, yes, and then to take on c6 and knight bd2. That's the. Yeah, that's the. And then this is black would take. I think should have played bishop f5 here. I think so, but I'm not here. I'm not so sure already. But bishop s3 is just it's I mean it's a very ambitious idea. You want to trap the knight, but it doesn't look like you can do it. CD4 queen. Magnus played very quickly.
Yes,
so
he
it's
was
take,
definitely aware of this.
Knight bd2, bishop f5, and look, knight b3. I don't know. Could you try playing knight f1 here? Because the idea is actually to trap the knight on d4.
Yeah.
So knight f1, then maybe f6, because now I want to do the same knight h4 f3, but with knight not on b3, just put on f1. Which
Much
is
better place.
Exactly,
Yeah.
much better place, because it could eventually show up on e3 or somewhere. But after maybe f6 here, but again f6 is just still this. After f6 is not. What's the next move?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not sure what's the white's next move. Black maybe play g5. I don't know. What's the white's next move?
Still very complex, and I'm
Yes,
sure
yeah.
Magnus was aware of
Yeah,
this.
no,
He was
absolutely.
blitzing out his moves.
Yeah, he was playing very, very confidently.
He studied this for the World Championship match in 2018.
Yes.
I'm
And he
sure
played
remembers
b6,
something.
which is provoking knight h4, cutting this knight, and f3, g5. Yeah, but that's already it's so one-sided.
Yeah.
So
the light
one-sided.
squares.
Yeah.
Super
And
big.
this is the.
Very nice game so far, and I think we still have a few moves. We're just about
Few moves.
to potentially see
Yes,
resignation.
yes.
Yeah.
A few moves, very few. Yes.
There's
I
a
think
mate.
that's it. I think there's no more moves.
This might be a resignation
Yeah.
time. Bishop g3 to defend the mate. Bishop
E2,
d4.
E2. No, bishop e2. Yes.
E2 is
Queen
much
f1.
nicer,
Queen
yeah.
f1. Yes. Yes.
That's
bishop
mating.
d4. Yes.
Yeah, I think this is. And let's see, Gukesh has 30 seconds
No,
left.
but okay, but that's the.
Let's see the resignation.
Yeah, it's a pity here. So it's the. Yeah.
Slow start for Gukesh, but we
Look,
kind of
it's the-
seen him do that often
Look, he's just it's his first event
in the Grand Chess Tour.
in the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, first time he gets the wild card.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely a big moment for him.
Exactly. That's the.
Do you think there's some pressure? He's feeling some pressure.
Of course. And the first game you play with Magnus. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? Yes. Okay,
Probably.
Yeah. What it is?
He definitely has this cool, calm, collected look on his face, but inside of him there must be a fire burning right now.
Rook f6.
Isn't Queen f1 just made? Queen f1,
Yes.
Queen e2, Rook
Queen
f3,
E2, yes. Yeah,
Bishop
how it
f6.
works. That's what about playing is. It's quite Rook f6 and Rook g6.
Yeah. No, this one, Rook f3, and I think finally we're going to see the resignation. He's still
Wow.
fighting. He's a fighter.
The fighter, but you probably should.
There's not much fight at this point.
much fight.
There we go. We have a handshake in this one. Great start for Magnus.
Yeah.
One of the. It's so strange to call him a wild card. Yeah, he's so good. He stole 13 Grand Chess Tour points in Poland. He's going to try to do the
Might
same.
still get, yes.
It's difficult to call him a wild card. Let's see. What do we have? Another one of.
He's not doing badly, yeah. So
Vicious?
Oh, yes, the old man. Yeah, he knows
He
how
can
to
still
move the
play.
pieces.
He can
yeah,
still
you
play
know.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has some chances, but just to stay on this one because Ricci only has a few seconds left.
And almost position. Oh, wait, no, 97 next week.
So it's black to move. 97 is coming.
97 is coming anyway.
How do you defend against?
97 comes anyway. No matter what
Yes.
you do.
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably a draw.
Maybe Rook e6. No, but Rook e6, 97
So what?
doesn't change anything.
You can go Queen C7.
Sorry, Queen e6.
Queen E6. 97.
But 97 doesn't change anything.
Does you can go. What?
Rook d8 maybe after 97.
No, but that's why I say Queen C7. No,
Queen c7 first.
it doesn't matter. Yeah, 97 still. No, knight takes f6. Knight takes f6. It's
just
it's
plain
probably
C, yeah.
95. I think should be a draw.
Yeah.
Rook on f1,
Okay, yeah.
very solid. Yeah, so I think that's a draw.
Everything on the light
Yeah,
squares.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, protect everything is
You'll try
protected.
to open it up, but
Here,
It's-
probably
yeah,
nothing
it's
is
just,
going
yes. Opposite color, the rook on f1. Just I think it's just it's
20 seconds for Fabiano also. This one is turning into a
Ooh,
blitz like
Queen
Queen
C7.
C7. Okay.
yeah, but he should go knight d7 because that's the he should give up.
I remember in Poland,
Yeah, knight
we
d7,
had one of
rook
these
d8,
games.
So we still know how to move the piece.
Exactly.
Rook d8, knight takes f6.
Let's
Yeah.
see.
Yeah,
And now we're going to see knight to f6.
yeah, that's the
Great prediction.
rook d5, knight
Great
d5.
prediction.
And rook. Yeah, actually, you'll see which way he goes with the queen because this is the after
Maybe Queen e5.
queen e5, knight f4.
Yeah.
Then it's easy. Doesn't draw immediately. Queen knight f4, then knight d3, knight takes f2, just to avoid. Yes. Queen knight f4, knight d3, just to. Or knight f4, maybe bishop b6. Yes. He still
Or Queen
still
E8,
has.
maybe something like that.
Yeah.
There's still something.
Nah, that's just it's a dead draw. I don't see this. I would be very surprised because I see. Okay, technically, yeah, you can definitely try to play knight e3. Ooh. Knight e3, queen e8 now, only move.
H5.
H5. That's another.
Okay, that's
Another.
maybe knight e3 was a bit ambitious.
Okay, you go knight d5 back now, and then he plays g5.
Knight
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay, but you don't do. You can't take knight from d5 to f1. I mean, come on, that's you had square and f4 square. I mean, very good square for the knight.
Yeah, and we have another result. Luculescu versus Saric has finished in a draw.
That's how you lose.
G5,
Yeah, but maybe it's not. That's still not f1. That's still drop. Maybe now h4 now. H4 now.
That's
H4.
the plan.
H4 at the draw.
I
Yes.
think H4 finishes the game.
Yes, H4
Yeah.
finished.
Yeah.
Yes,
He
yes.
sees it.
Yes.
He sees it.
Yes.
Fabi had some chances,
No, what chances?
and this one I believe it's a draw as well.
It's a draw?
Yes, Ali Reza. This is a true battle of generations.
It is true battle of generations, yes. Yeah.
That one was a draw, and this is the final game. Pending, but do you think Richie at some point starts playing for a win?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I mean-
Are you serious? Are you serious? This is a play for a win?
What can you do?
It was not on the f1?
Yeah,
this
probably
is
not going to happen.
I don't think it's, look, in theory, you should be careful because, you have to probably move the king on on h3 because this is, in theory, bishop goes, queen goes on f2, now g1, but then king goes on h2, h3, so that's,
Yeah. I
actually
think
c pawn is there.
the players definitely realize that. Perhaps soon we'll see a handshake.
Queen c2, yeah, some c4 probably, he'll be greedy, I'm sure he'll play c4 now. You can play rook h4, rook g4 check, of course, but the c4.
King h2. Okay. Inviting capture of the pawn on c3.
I don't know why he's inviting. Why guys you give the pawn?
And he's not taking it.
Yeah, he also with queen f2, which creates no threats.
Okay, I know why he
With
didn't.
no threats.
Yeah. So
Play c4, just give the pawn. Give
if
the
you take
damn
on
pawn.
c3, I give you checks, and then you cannot go on the
Yeah.
f5. It's a draw.
But it doesn't mean it's not about this. There's no threat. You give a rook f4 now. What does he want? Rook f4 and then what? Queen on g1.
Maybe I can just.
Actually,
give
then you
checks.
start playing for a win. Rook f4.
Yeah.
Rook f4 now. This is I think.
Why not? Yeah.
No, but now it's.
If I get the knight out.
No,
Rook g4. Okay, that's a check.
and then knight goes from h2 to. Now maybe you're right. So this is the.
I'm not sure you want to put the queen on g1.
No,
Just
no,
keep the queen
of
on
course.
e1. Don't let the
just-
knight
just
get
go
out.
back on c2, c2.
c2.
Of course,
Yeah.
that's correct. Yes, that's
Very
c2.
nice,
Make sure knight doesn't go away. Because if knights show up on f5 somewhere, you may have a little challenge. So
Yeah.
This is knight on 5, bishop on d5, king on h3. So
We've seen this type of imbalances go wrong for the queen.
king g5 now. Yeah.
King g5.
Rook.
Some queen h7 ideas.
Yeah, but that still is the rook g4 check. Yes, but king g5. Oh yeah,
G7.
g7. You can play rook e4 now.
Okay.
Rook e4 to block and then prepare. Still resistance there. Yeah, it's difficult to take the knight out.
Yeah, that's the question. Will he get overly ambitious? By the way, he made that move with 2 seconds on his clock.
Protected the pawn.
Definitely feels like a good move, but
Queen e7 check. I mean, Fabi should start just, just forget, but don't get too ambitious. Make it perpetual. Make it perpetual. That's,
I think Richard is starting to play for a win right
Yeah,
now.
but the Queen h7, like just Queen h7 check, Rook h4, Queen f5 check, Rook g4, King f6.
Pull the brakes.
And then just, eventually it's just...
Bishop d6. Okay.
This is
Rook f7.
not the greatest idea that Fabi had, I think. So Rook f7.
Everything is still protected for white.
King h8. Oof. But after just now, knight e3, knight f5. Did I tell you knight goes on f5? Yes. Knight e3 and then knight goes on f5.
He's going for it.
Yeah, this is the question is, can you do perpetual after Queen e2, knight f5, Queen h5, hopefully. Knight h4 still.
But this is much more difficult than it should have been. Should have ever been.
Yes, knight f5 now.
Queen h5.
Knight h4.
How do I... Rook f3. Okay, still everything protected.
Yes, they're protected and knight goes on, that's why knight goes on f5. Fabi is the bishop on c5. You should not let bishop, this is...
Don't let the knight out. Yeah.
Knight f5 now. What's up? Knight f5 now.
Yeah.
What do you do after knight f5?
That's a good question.
Queen d2, Queen b4, only move, yes? Not to lose the piece. Queen d2, Queen b4.
Yes.
Queen
Or
e2, Rook
Queen
f2,
e5.
Rook f2, Queen e5. And then he should decide, maybe King h3 just. King h3 now. Nah, come on, King h3 is stronger.
Maybe still
would say
King h3.
No, but you got King h3 immediately.
Yeah.
So this is the which.
Okay, Queen e5.
Should you take on d6? Because then it's a draw, but you can actually. You can just.
I would keep the knight.
I also did because Rook f4, Rook h4 mate. It's mate.
King g4, Rook h2 is also.
No, it's mate. Yes, if Rook goes on h5, it's mate. Yeah. That's why I'm just I think that's.
And you don't have chess.
Yeah,
this is a real threat right now. I think Rook h2 is over if you don't pay attention. Wait a minute. What is this? King g4?
King g4 now. Over. Mate. Wow. This is.
What is happening?
Wow. Wow.
King g4, Rook h2. I think there's no defense.
Mate.
My goodness.
Wow.
And King h7, Rook h2, Rook h6 is still a mate.
Still mate. Yes. Wow.
This is over.
Wow.
Wow. What a turn of events.
Wow.
And they're smiling as well. Oh my goodness.
You could have taken pawn on c3 5 times. So he didn't want to take this. So
he got over.
But he was ambitious. Yes, he was absolutely wrong.
Gary,
this is a very solid position.
As usual, a pleasure to have you here, commentate the games with us, tell us a bit about the Grand Chess Tour.
Okay, let's. The show goes on. Yeah.
We'll see you in the next couple of days.
Yeah, of course, I'm around.
And right now, we're going to go on a short commercial break, and we'll be back shortly with round 2.
Vishy, welcome back to Zagreb. You were here in 2021. What kind of memories do you have from that event?
2021, the Zagreb tournament. First of all, it was a very long event because I had to come 3 weeks early due to the pandemic. Yes. And so I remember that tournament as just being in the surroundings forever. And in a pleasant way. I mean, you're in a nice city right in the center for a month, and I had lots of local friends here coming and trying to give me company and so on. So it felt not only like a very big tournament, but also a very social one. And it was very important because it was a very good result for me, and it gave me a lot of confidence that year.
Especially after pandemic, yes? Especially after pandemic.
Yes, and I hadn't played much, and so when I came here and I finished second that year, that was a very positive thing to take away. and Gary was also playing in that event. So big event. This year again it will be very, very tough. That's the thing. You have just all the top players in the Grand Chess Tour, so tough event. And but again, I've meeting up all my friends and all that, and trying to get into a positive spirit for the event.
Yeah, absolutely. The last time we saw you in Grand Chess Tour was actually in Poland last year, and you were leading, I remember, the whole event, and only at the end slowed down a little bit and still came third. Like, what are your goals in this one? Are you going to push also to try to get into the first places?
My attitude always is you have to move the pieces, and the position has to take care of itself. You don't really aim for this or that. But of course, I'll try to do my best and play good moves. Yeah, like I said, your score, as long as it keeps moving along, hopefully it keeps you in the front.
Now that you play Rapid and Blitz, I mean, do you have some special kind of tricks and methods how to stay focused, I mean, during those games?
Generally, when we have, because we start with the Rapid, you have to first get in with 3 games every day. After the drawing of lots today, we will know who we play. For me, it's a step up, because in Dubai I was playing 1 game a day, yes. And so here suddenly we go to 3. Yes. And but it's a format I'm used to. I played in Warsaw, I played it in Zagreb. A couple of years back when I was a full tour participant, I was playing 2 or 3 a year. So I'm used to this format. Generally, you try to get into the tournament fully, peak concentration and all that by the end of the Rapid. And then the Blitz just goes past you. You have no idea what happened, and you just see where you ended up with.
Yes, that's for sure. And I mean, also, speaking about many events, you mentioned other events of Grand Chess Tour. What was the most memorable event for you during all these years?
I like many of them. Generally, you can imagine, I remember the good results better than the bad ones.
I can imagine.
And so there are some events that leave a scar on you, but mostly the Grand Chess Tour events are just superbly organized, and I really enjoy playing in them. And like I said, from 2 years ago, I have very good memories of Zagreb. Yes. And hopefully I can carry these vibes forward to this year as well.
For sure. And I mean, also this event is special because Gukesh is playing here, and I had the interview with him before, and he said that he's really looking forward also to play against you, and it's the first tournament, you're in the same one. So what do you think about him and his participation? He's new for Grand Chess Tour.
Yes, I'm very, very proud of what he's doing. He's just a couple of years back, he was starting his rise, and this year he's been very consistent. He had a good result in WR, good recovery in Vik, very good performance in Norway. So, steadily making his way up. And now it's funny to talk about him, some sort of young talent. He's just number 15 in the world.
Exactly.
So, there he is. And, the nice thing is, for the last couple of years, he has been one of the students in my chess academy,
yes,
so the Vesprijanand Academy. And it'll be funny to play him, that's true.
That's exactly what I'm kind of looking for. I mean, probably there will be some
I'm not quite sure how to
emotions.
place it. I just figure I'll go there and look at the pieces and, not try to make a special game out of it, but just play good chess.
Yeah. Do you remember yourself at the age of Gukesh, and what were your thoughts at that time?
I think I remember it incredibly well. Generally, my memory now was that everything was fun and everything was nice and new and life seemed exciting. But probably if I go back, it was not quite that straightforward. Typically, your nostalgia takes over. But I remember, these first chances at the big tournaments and all, how exciting they were. And yeah.
And the last question, just what do you think was the impact of Grand Chess Tour itself for the history of chess for the sport in general?
These are clearly the premier tournaments in the world, and they are marquee events that everybody looks forward to. And I think the beauty of the Grand Chess Tour is because the points accumulate at the end, there's also this curiosity, not only who wins tournaments, but who is leading in the overall race, and who will win the tour at the end. So that's like an extra bonus, like these year-end titles that they have in many sports. The Grand Chess Tour has great classical events, great Rapid and Blitz events, but also a tour winner, and that's a nice thing.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for your time and answering my questions, and all the best of luck for you in Zagreb. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's time to fight for titles. The best juniors, girls, and senior chess players converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the U.S. Junior, Girls, and Senior Championship. Beginning July 15th, 30 players will compete across 3 fields for over a $150,000 prize fund. This tournament features the top junior and senior chess players in the nation, including the young up-and-comer Carissa Yip, returning junior champion Christopher Yu, and returning senior champion Alexander Shabalov. 3 titles are on the line, and you won't want to miss it. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
the World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And after round 1, we have our standings. Nasi, do the honors.
Let's take a look. We had 3 decisive results. Magnus Carlsen, Jan-Christoph Duda, and Richard Rapport won their games.
Richie's victory over Fabi, that was quite a surprise, and a couple of draws.
Couple of draws. Firouzja, Anand, Saric, and Lupulescu drew their games. And Fabi, Jan, and Gukesh will try to make up for the first loss.
Exactly. Tell us about how they're going to do that for the pairings for round 2.
Let's take a look. We have Magnus Carlsen playing Ivan Saric, Fabi Caruana playing Lupulescu, Anand playing Rapport, Duda against Firouzja, and Gukesh against Nepomniachtchi.
Both Gukesh and Nepo looking to bounce back after, well, disappointing play with the white pieces. And by the way, guys and gals, we have to make our predictions. Ladies first.
I was thinking really hard about this, but I'm going to go with Firouzja.
We're putting a blacklist on Magnus, of course. We're saying, well, Magnus is number one player who can't pick Magnus. This one is really tough because I also want to go with one of the Grand Chess Tour participants. And I have to say, I was really impressed by Jan-Christoph Duda in Poland. I thought he played a tremendous event, and it was only because Magnus was Magnus. But I'm going to go with Duda. And Miro, jump in. Who's your pick to win the event?
You left me with no choice because, yeah, the best options are taken or banned in case of Magnus. Well, I go with the Fabi, even though he lost his game in game 1, but still, Fabi is Fabi. I trust him.
All right, and Dennis in the truck, Dennis Burrows, he's going to go with Richie. Wondering about Anastasia and Christian.
I think Christian picked Firouzja as well.
Oh,
that's what
okay. So we'll have to wait on Anastasia's pick. But there you have it as we're getting ready for round 2. And I must say, for a moment there, it really looked like it was going to be a black day.
Right?
Right.
Had 2 black wins, and then Fabi had a chance.
Right, with the queen against the rook and minor piece.
I think at some point Anand was better as well.
Exactly.
But 3 decisive
and
results.
Also Ivan Saric.
Right, he had a good
with
chance.
the King's Indian. Yeah.
We're always happy to see a lot of decisive results.
For sure, as the players getting ready for the second round. Looks like the crowd was filing there as well.
Not a bad crowd for a Wednesday.
Right? See Leonard Otis, our official photographer. Leonard has a site where you can go and see thousands upon thousands of photos. A really, really impressive website. As Duda, the white pieces against Firouzja. Well, our picks facing off. Did I make the right choice? We'll have to find out. What stood out for you? In their head-to-head, pretty close.
Pretty close. In rapid, 5 wins for Duda, 4 for Firouzja, and 2 draws.
Exactly. As the round is underway, I have the game between Duda and Firouzja on Grunfeld.
Grunfeld, exciting.
By the way, Miro, these days, it's sort of like the King's Indian kind of fell out of fashion, but in a very strange way, so is the Grunfeld. And it's why? Why did the Grunfeld fall out of fashion, Miro?
Asking the tough questions.
Hey, right.
Well, yes, you're right, asking the right guy, because I had no idea what to do against the Grunfeld when I was active player, and I'm eager to find out, but I have no explanation yet. Maybe we'll learn after this game, Duda against Firouzja.
With bishop to d2, an old line. I remember, I think it was, I'm certain it was Vasily Smyslov that played bishop to d2, and it always struck me as somehow peculiar, but I couldn't actually put my finger on why there was something strange about this move. And the idea is as simple as it looks. You want to meet bishop g7 with the move e4, and that after knight takes c3, you just want to play bishop takes c3 so that the pawn on, there is no pawn on c3, rather there's a bishop on c3, so c5 can be met nicely with d5. When your bishop is on e3, just a second, let me just go back, here, excuse me, e4, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop g7, bishop e3, this is all very nice, c5, you would love to play the move d5, but your pawn on c3 is hanging. Now with the bishop on d2, there is no pawn on c3 hanging. Bishop d2,
a very sharp line.
What happened after bishop to d2?
c5 happened.
c5.
Then d takes c.
Give me the pawn.
Bishop g7 and queen b3. By the way, I think last time Grunfeld was tested on the highest level was the World Championship match between Anand and Gelfand, correct?
Yes. Yes.
That was 2012? 2011? Something like that. It's a long time ago.
It sure feels that way. It has been a long time. Nepo, MVL stopped playing the Grunfeld, started playing Queen's Gambit Accepted. And what does theory teach us about, well, just a second, hold on. Queen b3, I wanted to ask about knight takes c3, but what am I saying? Knight takes c3, just simply bishop takes c3, I don't know.
Can black play bishop e6 and sacrifice on b7? I feel like that's the gambit line that is probably theory. I don't play Grunfeld, but it looks like the type
the way it goes,
yeah.
Yeah, so if you take on, I'm struggling.
Are we losing
here.
the rook?
Yeah, that was my question, right? I'm struggling. If I just take the rook, where bishop
You're
d5.
not trapped. I think your queen is safe, yes.
Yes, somehow it is, right? That is really peculiar. So queen to b3. So bishop I mean, you want to play the move bishop to e6, don't you? Bishop to e6, queen takes b7.
Only if I'm prepared to do it. Like, I've done my homework.
Right.
Not playing that move at the board.
Exactly. Right.
Maybe
Miro, help us out on this one. We're struggling a bit to justify the pawn sacrifice after the move queen b3. And we do have, by the way, knight f6 already on the board. Is this all the dictates of theory that we're in?
Well, judging by the speed players played it, it's theory for them at the very least, right?
Right.
Well, as far as I remember, c5 was played quite a few times when this line was popular, and this is what you, Vyasa, mentioned when it was played in the World Championship match. Right, and I'm trying to recall, yeah, so dc5 is certainly the move. Black would play bishop to g7, and I'm wondering if queen b3 was the move that they were playing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, after queen b3, you were right that bishop e6 apparently doesn't work, so they just play knight f6, castle, and I think that's pretty much what every Grunfeld player does. They just develop the pieces, you know, the bishop on g7 is very strong, some initiative, and then with white you keep wondering what does he have for the pawn, and at the same time it's very awkward to develop, right? And then once again, how do you continue from here? If you go e4, well, some weaknesses, you know, on d4 and so on. If you go e3, you restrict your own, after castle, you restrict your own bishop on d2, so it's all awkward. Computer has it, after castle, computer has it as better for white, substantially better, up to 0.8, so kind of almost a pawn.
Right.
But it's too early to judge, I'm afraid, and Black knows what he's doing, it seems like.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Miro. I always laughed about Peter Svidler. Peter, whenever he was playing the Grunfeld, if he wasn't a pawn down, he wasn't happy. He was gambiting everything. Let's take a look at the game of Gukesh and Nepo for a moment, as both of these players are looking to bounce back after their first round loss. Bishop f4, a London system, c5, d5, d6, knight c3, and the players have transposed into a check Benoni, where, well, Black is picking up a tempo with this e5 now. Bishop g5, bishop e7. And I was always very proud of myself whenever I could sneak in a tactic like knight takes d5. But bishop takes f6, giving up the dark squared bishops. You kind of think that that should be in Black's favor.
Kind of unusual Benoni.
Yes, very much so. And b5, en passant, takes, rook a2. Okay, that is a very good pawn, and it's worth defending. f5, h4, and wow.
Such a messy position already.
Totally, but I do see that if I do get to play the move bishop h3, rob Black of the two bishops, and get a good knight on e4, I'd be very, very pleased with the white position. h4, bishop d8. I don't know when we left theory, but this is
like a long time ago.
This is a very strange one. What do you think of this? And Miro, jump over and tell us about the Magnus position.
Yeah, so Magnus facing Ivan Saric, and yeah, once again, much higher rated, expected to score a full point, or 2 points in this case, if we are talking rapid, right? And hence the opening choice, an English opening and a very, very, say, slowish positional system. So it started with c4, g6, and answering Yasa's remark about King's Indian being extinct from the tournament practice, Ivan Saric, he did play the King's Indian in the first round, and then that he has a double black, he repeats the color. He was going for the King's Indian again. Okay, so symmetrical, I think it's called symmetrical English, right?
Yep.
Up to the point, Black repeats the moves, and yes, if you are interested, guys, you can go in detail on why you shouldn't repeat the moves all the time. And queen d2 is a mysterious move, right? And I remember as a kid when I've seen this first, I thought it's, yeah, some beginners are playing like queen in front of the bishop. It has a point of protecting the knight, and then later on in the game, the very next move, it's b3 to develop the bishop on long diagonal. Knight g7, bishop b2, castles, e3, and knight g2. Very flexible development, and we get, in 2 more moves, we get a picturesque position after f4. Just look at white's pawn structure, very flexible and somewhat reminds you of so-called tabias, when chess was not chess but satranj, right? The game played in India with somewhat different rules. Well, the game would develop so slow that they had to invent the starting positions, that they would not start with what we know nowadays a starting position. And it would look very similar. So you move the pawns, you try to control the center, you develop the pieces behind the pawns. He does everything very, very well. After f4, black, well, doesn't have a nice way of resolving this tension, because whenever you capture, white has a very pleasant choice. He can take with the g pawn and then amass a huge center. Right knight will go to g3, or alternatively, there is always an option of capturing on f4 with the knight and then jumping to d5. So not much to say just yet, but I think it goes, the game goes in the scenario of what Magnus was planning to.
Okay, thank you for that. Jumping to the game between Fabi and Constantine, Lupulescu. Intriguing position, and I kind of just took my breath away after the move knight c6, bishop b5. I was really surprised. I don't quite understand why he played bishop takes c3 exactly here, but bishop takes c3, queen takes...
So this is Rogozin, right?
Yeah.
I think.
Well, hold on. So
it's transposed.
Yeah, right? It's a strange transposition with h5, though. I'm not familiar with that move. More familiar with the moves knight to e4 and c5, h5, queen b3, knight c6. And in this particular case, we get to play with our nice center, bishops of opposite color, and you've committed yourself to playing g5 and h5 as black. I'm not... I would think that white is to be much preferred, but...
Played h4, which I've seen similar ideas because I played the Rogozin with black. h4, bishop e5, rook h6. I've done
those kinds of things.
Those kind of moves.
Right.
h4 for black.
I understand. Okay. And I think that it's kind of necessary as black that you play h4, because if white gets in h4 and you're forced to play g4, well, then I get the beautiful f4 square as an outpost. So h4 were kind of a required move, and now you're saying bishop e5, rook h6. Yes. Yeah, these types of moves. Prepping knight d7.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think black is actually fine.
Wow. I'm kind of stunned that you kind of
biased,
get away.
Yeah.
Because you play it with black, right? I'm kind of stunned that you can get away with this.
Well, white's behind in development, that's why. We still need to develop the knight and castle.
Why am I behind in development? Just a second. What have I got? I've got 1, 2 guys. You've got 1, 2, 3. But it's my turn, so I couldn't be that far behind in development, right? Okay, so if I play, for example, knight here, give
knight d7?
Me the pawn. Knight to d7. That's right.
Do you want a castle short or long? That's the question.
Yeah, I think I want a castle short in this case, and I'm just looking at a piece sacrifice, which is a little bit strange. Your king is still, king's in the center, but
if I can take on e5, quickly play queen e7 and castle long.
Right, life is good. Right, life is very, very good in this case. But we'll keep an eye on this one and turn it over to you, Miro, as you've been looking at Vishy game.
Yeah, now I'm a little bit sad, Yasa, that I didn't pick Vishy. After all, he was doing very well in game 1 and here as well. Yeah, it looks like he might get an opening advantage against Vishy, against Richie Rapport. Well, it used to be called Rossolimo Sicilian, but I'm afraid by now we have to call it the main line Sicilian because d4 nobody seems to be interested in, right? e7, e6. c2, c3, and, well, a very logical but somewhat of a rare move already. d5, e takes, queen d5, so it's sort of a hybrid between the Rossolimo Sicilian, what we call the Rossolimo Sicilian development of the bishop to b5, and C2, C3, Alapin Sicilian or Sveshnikov Sicilian. Sveshnikov, Grandmaster Sveshnikov done a lot to popularize and develop the theory of this one. So here we have the mixture, because if it would go through C2, C3 moves order, bishop b5 is probably not the best move. But on the other hand, still white is hoping to get something out of it. Bishop to d7, rook e1, knight to f6, and bishop f1 is, well, not the move that you expect to be played, but bishop has nothing to do on b5, it turns out, and it stops white from playing d2, d4, the one that he did exactly on the very next move. So now if white would play d4 one move earlier, after c takes d4, the bishop on b5 would have been hanging. Right. So castle's short. Interestingly, if black would have taken on d4, usually if we are talking Alapin Sicilian, once again the one with c2, c3, white does not recapture but goes for some tricks like going knight a3 to b5 and so on and so on. Here computer suggests you just take, you develop the knight on c3, you get to some isolated pawn position, and apparently the bishop on d7 is not very well placed. Computer still has it as roughly equal, but if you follow the lines, black somehow spends a lot of time bouncing the queen around, so it's not to everyone's liking. So black has played castle short, and now Vishy can just go bishop d5, or even, what's interesting, capture on c5. Well, black will have to trade the queens. Bishop takes, and this seemingly harmless endgame is still somewhat more pleasant for white.
I'm still catching up with you on that one. Yeah, it feels that way. Looking at the game of Gukesh and Nepo for just a moment, because this has been a chaotic game. We're starting with the whole opening and this Czech Benoni type of position that occurred. After f5, h4, bishop h3, I was really warming up to white's position. So many weak light squares in black's position. c5, c4. Okay, there's some ideas that f2 might be weak. Queen e2 defending, also protecting.
Almost all black pieces on the last rank.
Exactly, kind of a Fischer random position. Queen c5, knight f3, bishop a5, and knight d2. This is a question that I wanted to pose to you. What, Nasi, I really like this move knight g5, and the idea behind knight g5, of course, is I want to take the square e6 under control, but I really would like you. Oops, excuse me. I was going to give my. I have to toss in bishop takes c8 first to take something away from the f2 square, and I get to play queen takes e4 with a tempo against h7.
This would be really good for white. But,
exactly.
What if I allow you to play knight e6? So I play h6.
Yes, and this is where I wanted to take the dual advantage of the pawn on h4. So I was thinking of the piece sacrifice. Bishop takes.
You're just really eager to sacrifice a piece.
I don't know. I woke up this morning. It's not my pieces, so I can get rid of them. Bishop takes. I didn't know if my rook on the h file was going to bring me
bishop takes f5?
Great success. Exactly. And the whole idea of queen h5 and splat.
I think if you take on f5 after rook f5, you still have to watch the f2 square.
I know, that's the problem. Yeah, maybe I'm just being a little bit too flippant with my piece sacrifice. Bishop a5, knight d2 on the board, and Nepo took?
Took on c3, yes.
Took on c3, bishop takes, pawn takes.
So he's going to lose the c4 pawn.
And he's hoping, I guess, to be able to pick up the pawn on d5. I mean, if you just allow us to play queen takes, it's like game over, right? So if we take...
Knight takes?
Yes, exactly.
No, f2 is hanging here, so...
Exactly. This is a recurring problem. Knight
takes e4?
Knight takes e4, queen takes d5.
And maybe just castle.
Maybe just castle.
Bishop G2 first. Oh, I hung the bishop. Bishop G2 first.
Bishop to G2 first. Okay, intriguing. And Miro, I'd toss it over to you as you've got the Magnus game on your board.
All right, I have Magnus game, but as well I have to tell you that your analysis, once again, guys, spot on, and Nepo is in trouble. Right, as for Magnus, just a few more moves, and his advantage begins to crystallize, so to speak. So F4, as I said, not threatening just yet, but it's very awkward for Black to play. He replies, which seems to be an obvious, yeah, you play F4, I play F5, fight for the center, already turns out to be not the best. After knight to D5, and here perhaps, yeah, bishop E6 would have been more to the point than bishop D7, rook A, E1. And here, once again, one hard thing in chess is to, what we call, keep the tension, right? You have so many tempting captures for Black. And the move you had to play was either queen to D7 or rook to F7. And as for queen D7, at least from human perspective, I can understand what it means, right? I'm connecting the rooks, maybe planning rook to E8. Rook F7, like if someone would tell me rook F7 is a good move in this position, I wouldn't be able to tell why. Right, and knight D5, a natural capture, turns out to be a mistake, because after C takes, knight B4, we have this position on the board. The knight on B4 is really, really misplaced. So now white's supposed to go knight C3. He is threatening to trap the knight with A2, A3, so A5 is sort of forced, and then you go A3 anyway. Knight ends up being on A6, and white, ends up on A6, and knight just picks the pawn on B5.
It's a good pawn.
Yeah, it's a big question if Black has enough compensation. He certainly has some, because of like B file is open, you know, the B3 pawn is potential target, but pawn is the pawn.
Right. Speaking of pawns being pawns, I'm taking a look at the game between Duda and Ali Reza, and first of all, Duda's grabbed the pawn. It just said, you played C5, I took the pawn on C5, aren't I? Then Ali Reza played A5, which, okay, kind of confused me. Knight went to C6, bishop E2, bishop E6, and he's saying, take another pawn. And, I mean, I certainly have gotten my hand caught in the cookie jar on more than one occasion, but queen takes B7, I'm sorry, I don't see the refutation.
Aren't you afraid of, let's say, knight b4?
Well,
how is your queen going to get out?
Well, exactly. So I see that I need to make room. I'm a little bit afraid after the move knight b4 that you might actually just play knight d3 check.
And not let you castle.
And you get compensation with the light square. So I'll kill two birds with one stone. I'll give my queen an extra retreating square, f3. But I'll also take away knight d3. And, by the way, I'll introduce a threat of sorts with knight takes e6. Intriguing moment going on here between Duda and Ali Reza. But let's jump to Zagreb and Christian. Christian, jump right in. What do you have for us?
A lot of exciting games are happening, guys, but I do want to highlight one particular one, and that is the one between Caruana and one of the wild cards, the Romanian champion Lupulescu, because I have to say Lupulescu is taking a very courageous route. He's playing one of his pet lines against Fabiano, one of Fabiano's pet lines against Fabiano. Let's take a look at what happened in the opening, and let's remind one critical game, key game from Tata Steel earlier in January 2023 between Richie Rapport and Fabiano Caruana, and this was exactly the same opening with h6, g5, and h5, a very aggressive way of playing with the black pieces. You just want to push the pawns. You're saying that most likely I'm not going to castle on the king side because I already pushed my H and G pawns. You're not taught as a beginning player to push your pawns in front of your castle, and this is exactly what's not going to happen. Most likely you're going to castle on the other side as black. Let's take a look, and queen to b3 was Fabiano's choice. Instead of that, Richie played the move h4, and I'll give you some insights. We did analyze this position because we knew that Ricci is very likely to play this line. We did analyze this position quite extensively. I gave Fabi quite a significant file in this one. So he definitely, back in the days, knew what he was doing. That was in January. He might have forgotten some details since then. It's, what, like 6 months ago, something along those lines. So definitely the knowledge is blurry in his mind, but he remembers some details, surely. H4, knight to E4, queen to B3 was the game that was played between Ricci, Rapport, and Fabiano. And after knight to E2, I think it was knight to G3. And I have to say, Fabi did not have any issues equalizing that game. In fact, he was even better at one point. The game ended up in a draw. But let's take a look at what happened in the game. Once again, Fabi chooses a different option, queen to b3, not h4 first. Knight to c6 and bishop to b5. And this is where he spent a large portion of his time after bishop takes c3, because b takes c3 is a very significant alternative to queen takes c3 as well. You're wondering, why would I take with the pawn? Well, later on, once I play the move c4 as white, I'm potentially going to get a very powerful center. For example, let's say bishop to d7 and then c4, take with the queen on c4. Now you can see my center is very, very powerful as white. This is what white is envisioning in this type of positions. And then later on in the endgame, maybe after the exchange of the queens, I'm going to start to push my pawns, e4, e5, e4, d5, things of that nature, and try to take advantage of my majority. But that did not happen. He decided to take with the queen, and now we have this position. And I was talking about a courageous way of playing for black, and I have to say, right now it seems like this is paying off for black, for Lupulescu, because it seems like after long castle, I was saying from the beginning, you will not short castle, but I'm going to long castle. I'm going to get the other rook from d8 to e8. I'm going to put a lot of pressure on the e file, and I have to say, where is white's counterplay? You don't have any targets on the queen side. That pawn on c7, well, the c file is blocked because of my bishop on c6. So that bishop on c6, despite the fact that it looks like a pawn for the moment, it's a very strong piece. It's a very strong defensive piece. And I have a clear target as black. That pawn on e3, I'm going to triple down on the e file, and I'm the one that's dictating the pace of this game. I have to say, kudos to Lupulescu for picking an option, an opening option that Fabi himself has played in very important games. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Christian. Indeed, that's a very intriguing bishops of opposite color middle game. Jumping to the game of Magnus for just a second, because after takes on d5, knight b4, Miro was showing us a very nice variation of knight c3, a5, a3, and just grab the pawn. No. Magnus came up with a completely different idea and a very visual idea. He said, okay, go ahead and take my pawn on a2, takes, and this move, knight f4.
Very beautiful move.
Yeah, it looks really, really...
It's too tempting to not play it once you see it.
Right, and that's I think what drew Magnus's eye to this whole concept. He's threatening knight e6, which is simply crushing if we get a knight on e6 versus a knight on e2. Takes. There, Magnus wins back the piece. He's got this very nice center. Whether or not he gets to play e5 and d6 in the near future, we'll see. HG, queen g5, check, king g8, and Ivan, I don't know, but he's in here with a shout, I would say, for sure. And, you know, capturing that pawn on b5 versus playing knight on f4,
I think he's fighting back.
Yeah.
White's pawn structure is not that great. Of course, e4, d5 pawn chain is fantastic, but we have three backward pawns like b3, d3, g3. So if white's attack is not successful, then black should be completely fine.
And by the way, queen takes g3 on top for Ivan. I just also wanted to jump in with Vichy for a moment, because even though it's been a very, very slow way of play for white, white's played bishop b5, bishop back to f1. You got the isolated queen pawn positions, where the knight on e5, and these are always kind of dangerous for the second player because you're looking at ideas like this and bishop g5.
So many ideas.
Right? So bishop c6, bishop f4, bishop b4, and we've caught up to the play, and, well...
It's easier to play for white, I think.
I think so, too. I think so, too.
But objectively should be close to equal.
Yeah.
But in rapid, if it's easier to play, that's a big advantage.
Yeah, and you have the initiative. But Miro, jumping over, passing the ball to you, as they would say, what's caught your eye in this second round of play?
Yeah, well, there is a lot going on.
Right.
Well, this game that you just discussed, well, once again, computer has something to say. It's not me. I would wholeheartedly agree with you, Jesse. And indeed, it was close to equality until the last move, which happens to be not the best. But interestingly, computer claims that you had to take, and this is something that you're not voluntarily doing.
No.
And apparently, after pawn takes, you also have to play the intermezzo first to make sure that the queen is not going towards the king side, and only then you go knight d5. But yeah, I agree, bishop b4 is such a natural move, and then a3, which was played. Yes, bishop takes, pawn takes, and it happens to be very dangerous for black all of a sudden.
Right.
And let us find out together why queen c3 is a bad move. It's because of knight c4, and the queen is getting caught on the very next move.
Hello.
Right, and then if Richard was planning to capture on c3, and then, you know, just this realization last moment, okay, I cannot take this pawn, then yeah, you might find it not enjoyable because now you have to play a rook move, f to d8 to a to c8. Let's say we do this one, and then white has, well, instead of having the isolated pawn, white has so-called hanging pawns, right? But a very, very good material for that. So with hanging pawns, you usually want a lot of minor pieces, right? Yeah. So you have the space advantage, so your opponent's pieces are not very well placed. Yeah, queen to b3, then planning to go c3, c4 sometimes. Looks very promising for Anand.
I think we should jump to Duda Firouzja's game because...
Exactly. That was the question that I had. One pawn for Duda, he took a second one. Yes. And he did follow up knight b4 with knight d4, which addressed the threat of giving his queen more squares and also stopping knight d3, introducing knight e6 as well. Rook b8,
I think
queen a7.
Queen a7 is the only move, because if you play queen f3, black
which
has
was my intention.
Bishop g4, exchanging your white squared bishop, and then d3 square is very weak.
Tender.
And again, you will lose the castle.
Yeah, the option that is a very, very good point. And I could capture on e6, right? I mean, but in this case, my queen is walking into a potential.
It's too dangerous.
Yeah, it feels that way. But he did play queen after rook b8. He did play queen a7. And the idea is any rook a8, I'll go queen b6. I won't. I mean, I'm 2 pawns to the good. And now came knight to d7. And, well, it's fortunate that c6 doesn't win. But knight d4.
Knight c3 to b5.
Pardon me. Knight on c3 to b5, yes.
That looks really good. Now, Duda has c7 square for his queen as well.
Very important.
I think he is also threatening c6, c7 push.
Yep.
There's still 96 options.
Yep.
Is black in a lot of trouble?
Yes. And I wanted to say, and I'm 2 pawns up. I mean, I've got the initiative, and I've got the material in hand. Now, a2,
I think Miro has something for us.
Yes, Miro, clear our cobwebs, because at the moment, we're thinking white is enjoying himself.
Well, there's a lot of stuff happen in a span of like 3-4 moves. I remember you guys were discussing this position after bishop e6.
Right.
And Yasser was advocating the game, the move in the game, queen takes b7, which is a good move, but even better would be to just play queen a3. Say, I don't want 2 pawns, I want 1 extra pawn and comfortable castle, you know,
Right.
and rook f to d1 then, and it's just better for white. Okay, after queen b7, knight b4 is indeed the best move. Knight d4 is one of the options. Rook b8, queen a7. And here, even though, yes, you were absolutely right, by the way, after queen f3, bishop g4 computer already favors black a lot.
Wow.
Right, but even after queen a7, it tends to be that the move was, nevertheless, to go bishop g4. And this is the way you get counterplay, because after castles, as far as I understand, you do not have a comfortable way of dealing with threats. So e5, you'll have to take, and then he takes on d4. It's a mess, but black kind of happy with this mess. And knight d7 was just a terrible blunder, it seems, because after knight c b5, the best you can do, it seems, that to go rook to a8, the queen c7, allow the queen straight, and white is not even insisting on trading the queens. It just that means he has it in his pocket all the time.
Right.
And if I would tell you that in this position, according to machine, once again, you can probably see yourself, the best move is to trade your pride and glory. Bishop takes d4, and you understand the position is bad. I mean, if you have to play bishop takes d4 here and you're not winning a piece, that means position is bad.
Yeah, bishop takes d4 is not one of those moves that comes with flow, you know.
No, if you give me 10 candidate moves, bishop d4 wouldn't be one of them.
Well, not at all. Seriously, all across the board, some very intriguing games. Jumping to the game of Gukesh and Nepo for just a moment. When we left it in these parts after.
Gukesh's position was looking very good.
Very good, right about here. Takes, and here I think our focus had been
Knight
mainly
takes
on
e4,
knight takes
queen
e4.
d5, and then bishop g2 is what we looked at.
Exactly. Knight takes e4, queen takes d5, bishop g2, with the idea of skewering something along this diagonal. Gukesh started with bishop g2, giving himself an option of even capturing this pawn on c4. And bishop f5, g4, knight takes e4, queen back, queen takes c4, and at first it looks like Gukesh is just doing really, really well until you saw this move, bishop takes g4.
I don't like it so much anymore.
Now it's not so convincing. We do have queen b7 seeking to trade queens, but I'm suppose queen c4 threatening mate in 1 is...
I think I have to play queen b5?
Yes, exactly. Queen c4, queen b5. Well, I'd rather trade queens on b5 than on b7. Why invite the rook? But first impressions are that white had something huge a moment ago, and maybe not so much anymore. Miro, how does the engine evaluate the game?
Well, in current position, once again, you're absolutely right. And current position is the position on the board, not the one that I had.
Right.
Yeah, after queen b7, it seems that, yes, both sides have to accept this repetition. I'm not sure if they will, but yeah, that's the best that position has to offer. Queen b5, and as a black, you don't want to trade queens because your pawn's down. As a white, you, well, don't want to castle because it's dangerous. The king is weak. But there is a certain but to this one. After fe4, you were absolutely right, Yasser Nasi. Knight e4 would be devastating for black.
Devastating.
Taking on d5, bishop g2, and you might as well resign. I mean, you go king h8, and somehow mystically not losing immediately because the bishop is not protected.
Right.
But then after castles, you have to play bishop b7, and white goes rook b2, and it never stops, right? Bishop c6, rook to d1, then capture on d6, that just falls apart. All white pieces joining the action all of a sudden. So bishop g2 practically drops the advantage. And at some point, you'd be surprised, queen takes c4, and Nepo played a5. And he missed a chance to play for a huge advantage here with bishop b5. And once again, the stuff I was telling, well, a few minutes ago, when computer move is played on the board, you immediately identify what's the point. The point is that if you move the queen, rook takes f2.
What?
That's the problem. But you're not looking at it, right? I mean, you're not looking at it when it's not played on the board. And then, yeah, if the rook is on f2, you have to take, and it's a check. You know, and it's a checkmate. Bishop e2, Yeah, how to checkmate? Yeah, bishop f3. He starts, queen to c1, take the knight, gives a checkmates on g2 at the very end. So bishop b5, I'm not saying it would have won the game, but that was a very unpleasant surprise. And white would have to shape up and find rook b2, already not an obvious move, right? And then after knight d7, the threat is the same. The queen is protected. If you move the white queen, rook takes f2 is going to happen. So you had to take on b5, a b5, go queen c6, where black is already better. Black already is up material. White is not without a chance, but yeah, that would turn the game upside down.
Well, for sure. Rook f2. Ouch! That would have hurt. For those of you who are joining us late, shame on you. Where have you been? But these are our standings after round one, Nessie.
We had 3 players win the first round: Magnus Carlsen, Jan-Christophe Duda, and Richard Rapport. We had 2 draws between Firouzja Anand and Sarich Lupulescu.
Nice.
And 3 players trying to catch up in round 2.
And let's just jump into the Tiger of Madras for a moment, as he's up against Richie Rapport. Vishy grabbed the pawn, something near and dear to my own heart. He played queen takes b7, knight to d5, with ideas of his own, hitting the bishop. And does the queen have a good
That's
retreat?
what I'm wondering about. If I move the bishop, let's say bishop d2,
which is the move you want to
rook
play.
b8, queen doesn't have anywhere to go, but I have an in-between move.
Right. I have knight c6, but I also
Have knight c4 maybe?
Well, it's not the same thing. If I go knight c6, you're obliged to take, aren't you?
Take and then rook f2 c8 maybe?
Right. And we get this position. I still have a square,
D6,
fortunately
yeah.
for my queen. I still have queen to d6.
Or
And
maybe rook b2 here.
it's interesting. Can I just... it's sort of like I've got the 2 bishops. You know, I just want to keep your initiative on hold for just a moment. But rook to b2 is annoying. That's very annoying.
So maybe knight c4 was actually better?
Yeah, maybe knight c4 right back at the very start. Queen takes b7. He's played bishop d2, by the way. So this line that we're contemplating is a very likely one, knight to c4. So if we take, we drop in.
I can come back knight c4 if I have to. Makes
How
big
annoying.
difference.
Knight comes back to c4 just in time. Okay, that's a big difference. And Miro, jump in on this one. I was having a difficult time between knight c6 and knight c4.
Yeah.
But I think knight c4 convinced me.
Yeah, right. Knight c4 is the good move in this position. It's the key move in various lines that I was able to find. But Yasser, first, before that, when you said queen has nowhere to go, there is an a6 square, surprisingly, where white is still much better.
The bishop on f1.
Yeah, we're just not used to see the bishop on f1, I believe. Like in all these structures, bishop is either present on d3 or non-existent at all. Yeah,
Right.
That's why we had hard time identifying queen a6. Yeah, so after queen a6, white's better, but knight c4 is even stronger, and well, white's close to winning. And same knight c4, by the way, works if black attempts to take the pawns.
Yes.
That'd be knight c4 and just wins material. So all in all, for now, capturing the pawn on b7 seems to be a good thing.
Yes.
So Duda is winning, and Vishy has a huge advantage.
And let's just check in on Magnus, because that was that whole visual line of knight f4 that Magnus played.
I think he's got a good attack going right now. He has the open g file.
Okay, after queen g5, in order to protect his pawn on g3, Magnus started with a check and then played queen to e5, defending the pawn on g3. Nice.
Also probably threatening queen c7.
Ideas, yeah. And by the way, vis-a-vis the pawn on f5 is in a pin. Queen c7 and queen. So he induced the move rook f7.
Because in some lines, rook on e8 can be hanging.
Gotcha.
That's the touch of a grandmaster.
Right. Queen back, g4. And also, in some lines, the rook on f7 can be hanging. g4, rook over, takes, and we've caught up to the players. And what are the clock times, by the way?
Actually, we have a few more moves on the board.
Do we?
So Ivan's down to 5 minutes, and Magnus still has 11 minutes. So twice as much time. Looking pretty good for Magnus.
Exactly. I'm trying to get the pawns to run down the board. Can I start with g6? Pardon me, d6? I mean, I'm assuming you have to take. He did play rook on f1 to f3. It's not.
There's no rush.
Yeah, and he's covering g3. It's not a tactic that you're used to seeing, that after takes, you get to play queen takes f7 check, right? I mean, normally, you know, you don't have this pattern. But rook f3, I assume that if he had started with the move d6, there was rook g3, queen g3, rook g7, and so that was why Magnus played rook on f1 to f3 first, and some moves have been played.
Bishop c8, played by Saric. Now d6 is looking pretty good.
Definitely. E5.
I think White's problem here is that he has too many good moves.
Right.
He has to pick.
Sometimes it's really helpful when you have a very clear path and it's a narrow one. Here, you're right. I mean, Magnus does have some very nice options, including d6. Feels good for the number one player, Magnus, Miro. Do we got it right? Oops. Magnus for choice?
Yeah, it's Magnus for choice. Yeah, let me get his position back up.
Right.
Right. Well, some slight improvements here and there, but overall, it seems that it's this equal position according to computer, which was more pleasant to play with White from human standpoint. And guess what? It developed into a better position. Right. So after rook f7, for whatever reason, computer would prefer to take on g7 first and then to go rook f3. After rook f3, some strange recommendation, but pretty much after bishop c8, which is one of the best moves, White is still better. And I just received this move d6, which I'm not sure is a good move. Yeah, well, it is. White is still better.
Right.
What's puzzling to me is computer insists in many lines on playing a6, a5. And then once again, I mean, not anymore. Not anymore. So something has changed. Right. Not anymore. Yeah, I think computer also sometimes gets tired, at least our studio computer that is. Yeah, looks very promising for Magnus. You were absolutely right. And I have some little announcement, Jasa.
Please.
If you let me, when was the Duda's game? Duda's game. And let me go to knight b4. Were we afraid that Duda's queen might get trapped, right? Guess what? In 5 moves, he is queen up. So we've seen this. We said knight cb5, and it's really hard for black to find a good way of playing. And Firouzja goes knight a2, basically going all in, allowing knight c6 without a plan to move the queen. Queen is attacked, but he just captures on c1, takes back the knight on d8, bishop takes, rook a8. Well, gets some initiative, but let's be fair, it's a queen for a rook. So
exactly.
With minimal accuracy, White should convert it in a whole point.
Wow.
Wow, that would be a great start for Duda, as it would be a second.
And we have first result in round 2. Gukesh and Nepomniachtchi have drawn their game.
We did expect this repetition, as
Queen
neither,
b5 Queen b7.
as neither player could avoid it. You didn't want a castle with White in this position.
So I think both players missed their chances in this game, as we were looking at.
But it really felt like Gukesh had really
most of the game.
The best chances. Jumping to the game of Fabi for a moment, because this was the game that Christian had pointed out that Black had this.
Went really well for Black.
Yeah, and his pressure down the e file against the pawn on e3 was especially nettlesome, I want to say. F5, Queen A5. By the way, You know, as far as the puzzle rush tactics is concerned, that's a funny one. You don't see a threat of checkmate in
Bishop's
one.
tucked in there like it doesn't exist.
Exactly. It's kind of a hidden guided missile on h2. Knight b6, ideas of knight c4, b2, b3, dealing with those. Rook takes e3, bishop e5, and this exchange sacrifice. Normally speaking, this should be very good for black. I mean, I wouldn't want to enter this kind of position myself.
But Lupulescu lost the d3 pawn, which was
Oh,
very important in the attack.
that was
I think.
hurtful. That was hurtful. Let's see, just a second. Rook takes e5, because that could have been pawn number 2 to begin with, right? Queen takes e5.
I guess there was no way to. Oh, you mean queen e5 early here?
Yeah, just, I mean, I'm assuming your pawn on a7 is not needed for the attack. But he played d4, rook d1, d3, knight f, pardon me, g4,
Well, maybe
rook
he
takes.
wants to concentrate on the king side now, so maybe rook g8 and just throw pieces on the king side.
Everybody is going over that away.
Because I'm down a lot of material, but I still have play on the king side.
Yeah, well, my king especially, he took on f3, something similar to what you're suggesting, Nasi, but I liked your rook g8 to keep.
The options open?
Yeah, well, to keep the pieces on the board, but here I suppose black is banking on the idea that he's got a check.
So Fabi took back immediately on f3, and now
then he
rook
played
g8.
rook g8. Okay, well, excuse me, not rook g8. Takes first, takes, now rook g8. Now we've got to deal with these threats, right? I mean, bad things can happen.
Queen d2 maybe?
Queen d2.
It's probably too passive. I just wanted to stop queen g5, but you have queen g7 options as well.
My king might be going for a march, and I'm not sure. Okay, so one idea, maybe it's
Queen g5?
Yeah, it's just way too slow. You're just coming in really fast. I don't have e7 and queen f5. And by the way, let's just jump back to the game of Vichy for a moment, because Richie could be in serious time trouble.
He only has 12 seconds.
Oh, jeez.
And a bad position. He's down 2 pawns, and it's an end game, bishops versus knights. The rooks are still on the board, but...
Well, it's funny because his whole career, Vichy's the one who's plays with the knights, right? So it's very strange to see Vichy with the 2 bishops. And the problem is he plays with the 2 bishops really, really well. As
he just prefers knights,
he
right?
just prefers knights. And by the way, those seconds were ticking down as Richie played the move rook.
I mean, even if Richie had time here, I think his position's completely lost.
Completely lost? 97?
Like, at the moment, white position looks passive, but it's very temporary.
Yeah, and these pawns, a4, a5, this bishop, whenever you take this pawn on c5, bishop can come to e3, and black's not really interested in the pawn. Knight to
I think
c6.
Richard just made his last move with 3 seconds on the clock. Ticking down.
Was it? There was Richie. Maybe it was here in St. Louis.
Irina is the master of making moves with 1
1
second.
second on her clock, right?
Yeah.
But I think it was maybe with Nepo, as he went down to a second. Here we go. This through the magic of television.
2 seconds, actually.
2 seconds.
1 and 11.
1 and 11. Yeah. 10-second bonus. So there was the 1 second, and knight to d7 on the board. And again, Richie's just going to be struggling, I would say, with the increment at this moment. 4 seconds, 3 seconds.
Yeah, and it's very easy for Vichy to play.
Well, exactly. Just push the
keep
pawns.
pushing the
pushing.
pawns.
Yeah. By the way, this is also Yeah, this is just too easy for Vichy to play. A6.
Is there any counterplay? If I give you c4 pawn, I'm still completely winning. But Anand doesn't even give the pawn. Rook a4.
I like that move, by the way, because a6 would have allowed knight c4, but just keeping the pawns and playing for a6, at a certain moment, f4 is going to
Maybe
be...
he can bring the second rook, right, to b1 or d1, the open files, and
Exactly.
that'll be game over.
And in fact, Richie just played the move rook b2 to prevent rook b1. But I loved your
D1.
idea of rook to d1. And by the way, I think
F4.
rook d1 threatens to win the piece with f4. Love it.
And he's about to
And
play it.
one of the things is when you do have so much more time than your opponent, I'm one of those players who, says, take it easy, just use your time. You don't have to get caught up in the moment. But Vichy is playing all of these moves a la tempo.
Well, he's making the best moves.
Yeah, well, that's good. Rook b4, Miro. How big an advantage is this according to the engines? Miro.
Well, I was trying to cover the evaluation so you would not see me, but since I'm only a voice in your head, let me tell you, it's +7 for quite a while already.
+7.
+7, yeah, that's it.
I wouldn't have guessed it was that high, but +7. Wow.
Yeah, I thought maybe +3 because we're up 2 pawns.
Right, right, but +7. And why is it so?
Yeah, it's just that black, if white plays perfectly, which it does to an extent, black can never establish any sort of coordination.
Mm-hmm.
So now, for instance, g3 is one of the moves suggested. So you only have one problematic piece, which is the bishop on f1. As long as it, or as soon as it appears on the long diagonal, the game's over, right?
Right, g3, bishop g2. Nice.
Should
And
we-
by the way, there we go, g4.
G4 serves the same purpose.
Yes, and bishop g2. Sorry, Nasi.
Should we stay with this game and
No,
watch the
tell
end,
us,
or let's go see how Magnus is doing? 'Cause
Exactly.
He has very nice central pawns.
And in fact, he's pushing them.
They're both in time trouble. Magnus down to 3 minutes, Ivan down to 2 minutes.
And h5 still
I think
kicking.
He actually has a nice blockade, Ivan, with black, right?
Exactly. The bishop is on e6. King
And I like his last move,
H.
h5. He's put in pressure on the king side too, because for the longest time, White's had advantage on the king side, and now,
Right.
I don't know.
Here we go, h4.
I have to finally move the rook from g3. It was a great rook. Do you have to
True.
take? Rook g7?
Okay, let's
I
have
have
a
to
look.
take.
See, rook to g7.
Magnus dropped a piece. Rook takes back. How does White improve, since I can't push the pawns forward?
I'm thinking queen f4. I have ideas of bishop h. If I play bishop h3 right away, I'm afraid of queen g5. And you'll remind me. And by the way, Viswanathan, Vichy did win his game against Richie, and the very end, yeah, I think he just
I think
played
Richard just
g4.
resigned.
G4 bishop, as Miro said, you put the bishop on the long diagonal, and as soon as he played f4, Richie had seen enough. Jumping again back to world's number 1.
Magnus.
Try not to call him Magnus, world champion. Rook g7, and rook takes g7. So I was thinking, because queen g5 looms so large.
Yeah, we probably have to play a defensive move, but after queen f4, can I get my queen to let's say c8 and c2, or
Yeah.
is that too ambitious?
I began to think that maybe I should play queen to f2 instead of queen to f4.
Magnus played rook f4, so maybe he plans to put the queen on f2.
Exactly, queen g5, queen f2.
But then is
And-
White defended now?
Well, I wouldn't say he's defending so much as he wants to break the blockade. And if I could ever play bishop h3 and bishop takes f5,
that'd be great.
It's game over. I mean, you won't be able to keep these pawns
Do you think
anymore.
Ivan should play rook h7 and defend the pawn, or just leave it hanging on h4?
I hadn't gotten that far. You're too fast. I'm not sure. Miro, jump in. The very, very tense as both players are just down to minutes on their clock. How does the engines assess? I mean, I'm looking at these pawns on e5 and d6, and I really like Magnus's position, but I'm not 100% sure of his success.
Right, everyone's looking for Magnus's win. He's looking for it himself, but let me tell you something. The win is not there. The position is equal, despite these dangerous-looking pawns.
Yeah.
And the win was missed when he created this pawn center, because after bishop e6, which is a slight mistake, but we are not going too much into detail, e takes f5. Well, a simple move and, in a way, ugly-looking move would have just won the game on the spot. Right, and you can't really do much. Bishop f5, white just captures on g7. Perhaps this is a little trick. You give a check on e5, give a check on e5, and if queen f6, you can capture on f5. The queen is pinned, so you have to take on e5. The rook takes back. Yeah, after e5, and we are currently, queen f2. Quite a few moves were good.
We've got
a4 seems to be good
too.
enough. Yeah, seems to be good enough. So b takes, b takes. If rook a4, you actually go f4, and you eliminate the e5 pawn apparently, and that will be it. Yeah, it looks like a draw, interestingly.
Wow.
Great defense.
That'd be quite a save.
Yeah, that whole bishop c8, bishop e6, remarkable. And by the way, we see that Jan Duda has won. When we left it, he had a queen for a rook, and we thought, well, okay, pretty clear. So 2 victories for the white pieces so far. Magnus.
Let's check Fabi's game,
Exactly.
because
We
a
haven't
lot
seen
has
it.
happened since we last looked at it.
Sure. Okay, so when we left it, we saw this position with rook g8, and we said dangerous for white. a6, a4, knight d7. And what's the clock times, by the way? Because this is a really,
Lupulesco's down to just seconds, 14 seconds.
really tense position.
Fabi has about a minute. But I think Fabi's got everything under control now.
Well, he just slurped a pawn on c7, and he went munch, and he retreated, came back. Nothing really happening on the g file.
Knight on e2 is just a great defender.
Yes, not only does it protect g3, but also g1. So any time black tries to play a move like queen g7 or queen g6, I can meet it with rook g1. Queen d4, and it feels like white's consolidating his extra material.
I think black has to play queen g6. Okay, queen f8.
Queen
Black still
g6, there
has
was-
few ideas, maybe. Is knight e4 check an idea?
Well,
In this position it is.
Yeah, he may be down to actually having to play it. Knight to f4.
Yeah, playing this crazy position with few seconds on the clock is so difficult.
By the way, queen f8, not an obvious move, came almost instantly. It was like
Queen b8? Oh.
Queen b8, sorry, came almost instantly. By the way, again, both players down to about 30 seconds on their clock.
Yes. Miro, what does the engine say? Is the white winning?
Yeah, white's winning for quite some time,
Rook
and the
e5.
key move was knight to e2, back when we were looking how to defend against black's counterplay, when he played knight to e2, and that was it. And now Fabi has everything under control.
We just saw knight takes b3, by the way.
Is that knight trapped? There's queen a7 check. Nice.
I was looking at the same thing. I saw queen b4, queen. So I was thinking queen b6, and then bishop takes.
Oh,
wow.
now knight d2.
Knight
F3
d2.
is hanging.
Oh my gosh.
Well, queen b6 was a bad move, and now he's no longer better.
Wow.
And he is playing, that is to say, Konstantin is playing incredibly
So Fabi
quickly,
went for a checkmate, knight e6, knight c7, but after rook c8.
defending the
Oh,
checkmate.
black's also threatening knight c4 fork.
Exactly.
So
And that's
nice.
a family. Whoa! Oh, almost
seconds.
on time. Knight d4, but doesn't that invite knight c4?
No, on c4 there's knight c6 in between move, and then I have
Knight e4 is winning for black now.
Knight c4 is
Knight
winning.
e4.
Knight e4.
Knight e4 check.
Oh, the
Not
rook-
that easy to spot, but it seemingly wins.
The rook on e5 is
Oh, wow.
hanging. 20
is-
seconds. Will he find knight e4? Well, he's looking to play knight c4. That's the problem. And he's looking to play knight
D7.
c4, missing opportunity with knight e4, bishop d7.
But
5 seconds. 3.
Black's position still looks more solid now. Oh, queen's coming to g3.
G3. That's what it's all about. Queen to g3 check. And
F4.
Fabi just played f4,
Okay.
giving back the exchange.
So black should be much better now. They got the material back, and white's king is still extremely weak.
Yeah, but queen f4 and maybe e6? Queen h4, sorry. Get rid of that pawn so that there's no queen g3 check.
And Fabi played so fast, he's up to 31 seconds now from 3 seconds.
Oh my, queen c7. The queen did a great job on b8.
And we just heard a big update that Magnus is actually losing his game.
Wow.
We'll stay with this one, but wow.
Whoa,
Things can
okay.
change very quickly in time trouble.
Welcome to Rapid Chess. Queen f4. So it's sort of like, okay, I'm playing on the dark squares, and maybe I can use my h-pawn. Yes, he's done it. He's just played queen to f4, blockading, and now h4, and Fabi is saying, okay, you're not going to play a5, a4 and open up your king.
It's actually fascinating. The white king is completely open, but I can't get to it.
That's crazy.
The
Okay,
knight on
rook,
d4.
that makes a lot of sense. Rook g8 sets up rook g4. I'm probably
Should I-
obliged to play
rook
rook
G1,
g1.
yes.
Yeah, he's done
There we
it.
have it. Yeah, if rooks come off, I think white's safe.
Yes,
At least not getting checkmated.
and that's a good thing.
And
h5.
White's pawns are farther pushed.
Yeah.
Things can turn around again. Fabi might still win this.
And by the way, that move rook g1 was challenging, as
Mm-hmm.
Konstantin said, okay, I'm backing off. I'm going to play rook to d8. But isn't he inviting rook to g7 as well as h5?
I'm more afraid of h5 and just going
h5.
forward.
I'm a little bit. Rook g6. Okay, rook g6, the idea, anytime you want to play queen c5, I can maybe interfere with
It's
a rook
amazing
d6.
then that these players can find the most accurate moves with just 10 seconds on the clock.
Exactly. Speaking of 10 seconds, look at the Magnus draw.
Apparently he saved the game.
And Ivan looks a little bit perturbed, I would say. He missed something. Rook d6 and rook g8. Miro, I'm feeling this is a 3-result game going on here, and the clocks are,
Wait.
whoa, e6.
Well, a lot
Wow.
of stuff happening. Better not to ask for computer evaluation in this one.
No.
It changes all the time.
By the way, what a move. Queen g5. We just...
Are we going to the rook ended?
Well, I was thinking of queen f8, but then there was e7, and that was like embarrassing. E7.
Oh, wait,
queen
queen
E7
h8.
still wins after queen h8 as well.
E7 the same. Oh, what a move. That's a beautiful move, and I'm sure he's going to find it.
Yes.
No, Fabi is a monster.
Oh my goodness, what a clever move that is. Rook takes g5, take my queen, rook to d8, and white wins.
What a way to win.
Wow. Remarkable.
Can
Rook
black
takes,
defend
rook d8.
anyway?
Well, rook d8 is,
Bishop e8 played with 2 seconds on the clock. Okay, so at least pawn stopped for now, but now I think it's black king
hold
who
on.
will get checkmated.
Exactly, knight b5 check. Oh,
Or queen going to b8.
there
There's
was,
got to be a mate now.
there was a knight b5 check and a queen e3 check.
We still should be checkmate, right? Queen b8 check now, king b6, queen d6, and it's got to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's got to be. We don't know exactly. We don't calculate it. We just know it's there. Yeah, but definitely queen b8 check. Let's go. Fabi's 10 seconds.
He does have tempting moves, maybe knight b5 right away.
And he played none of them. He played
Wait, he allowed queen g1?
Queen g1 check?
Wait,
what is that?
Is black winning
This must be winning.
What is going on?
He's holding by a thread somehow, but yes.
No, he's threatening knight c6 double checkmate, so you have no time to play rook g3.
That's beautiful thread, but queen b1, very good move.
Well, I can go knight c2 check. Discover
I can just
check.
cover with b6.
Oh, I'm sorry, you can't.
That's one crazy game.
Oh, my goodness.
Still, any result is possible here.
Exactly. But that move, queen e3, was shocking.
Which check is correct now?
Well, bishop b5 check gets met by knight takes b5 double checkmate.
Correct. So
that's a move that you don't see very often, double
I can play bishop
checkmate.
f7, but you have knight e6.
And then I do have a check on d7.
And white's king is on c4. So.
This is, and no time, king to d5. A good general always leaves his
gave
army.
up the bishop on e8.
Uh-oh.
Was that a blunder?
That looks like a blunder. Blunder alert.
Unless
Rook takes. Oh, it's the nerves of the ticking clock.
Does he have any checks? Let's say queen a2 check. That's just queen b3.
Queen b3.
Covers all the other checks. Wow.
It's the knight. The role of the knight in these positions, it does such a great job at defending the king.
And king hiding perfectly right in the middle of the center on d5.
And I think that's Johnny Ballgame.
That's it?
Yeah, there's no. Wow, I actually thought when black played the move queen g1 check that Fabi had just lost the game.
Yeah, somehow
with
apparently
4
Fabi
seconds.
was holding that it was a draw, but well now it's definitely over. Because in the end game, no perpetual checks, and the pawn on e7 is too strong. Wow.
Yeah. Wow. And Konstantin is saying, how did I lose that? I mean, Miro, how did he lose that?
Well, that's one of those games indeed that, like, when it's over, like, both players have no choice but to laugh because, yeah, we all understand there was a lot of stuff happening there. I'm not even sure where to start.
Right, exactly. Well, let's just review our results. But first of all, let's jump to Zagreb with Christian. What a round, Christian. My goodness. Wow.
Oh my God, the energy here in the building is absolutely palpable, but I have to say that game was absolutely wild. But take a look at what happened in the game between Magnus and Saric, because at some point, and you lost that moment because you had to focus on the game of Fabiano versus Lupulescu, but at some point Magnus was in fact losing in his game against Ivan Saric. And let's take a look what that moment was exactly, and this was the moment. After the move bishop takes f5, things look under control for both sides, but still the position remains complicated because as black, I have that pawn on a3, very, very threatening, the pawn on g3 as well, supported by the rook, but of course, white's connected passers on the d and e file, those are extremely dangerous as well. Take king to g2, bishop to d5, bishop to e4, bishop to e6, bishop to f5. We repeat once, and I have to say, Magnus is always so ambitious. Always he's trying to find and squeeze the last energy from the position, the last drop of energy from the position, and this is exactly what happened in this game. And he's also taking a lot of risks with that. With the move king to g1, in fact, this position right now for black is winning. Take a look, a2. First move, very, very correct. Rook to f1. And now g2 was not the correct move because what he had to understand, black that is Ivan Saric, is that with the bishop on d5, you have an extra idea of potentially checkmating the king via h1. And how do I get to h1? Can I go rook to h7? No, you cannot because I'm going to take with the bishop. But what you can do is play the move rook to a7. That's threatening to promote into a queen, a1 queen. You have to defend against that. You don't have time to do anything else. You have to go rook to a1. And now I have a couple of moves, but the plan is the same. I can go king to g7, or I can do rook to a8. The idea is you're going to go e6, you're very threatening, you're almost promoting your pawns, but you're not in time. Now I go king to g7, d7, let's say, and now rook to h8, and the game is over because you don't have a way to protect against checkmate on h1. This is an absolutely wild idea, absolutely wild plan for black that surely it's extremely difficult to find with little time on the clock. He did not do that. He played the move g2, and after that, the position just simplifies into a draw. What a wild round here in Zagreb. Round 2 is in the books, and let's take a look at the standings. We have Jan Krzysztof Duda, who is absolutely dominating in this event. 2 victories, 4 points. Magnus and Vichy with 3 points following closely behind, and after that with 50%, Fabiano, Richie Rapport, and Ivan Saric. Guys, I have to say, what a tournament we have so far. We're going to go on a short break, and we have an interview with the one and only Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus, welcome back to Croatia. Glad to see you here. And you wrote in your Instagram that it's one of your favorite cities. What is special about Zagreb?
I seem to do very well when I play here, but in general I like cities where, well, especially during summer, where you can walk around, exercise outside, you know, beautiful old buildings, good restaurants, and a general, you know, good holiday vibe.
Yeah, that's great. And I was wondering, how many? Do you know how many times have you won tournaments on Grand Chess Tour? Do you have any record?
No, I don't remember how many tournaments I've won. I have a feeling that in terms of classical, probably I haven't won that many. And in terms of Rapid and Blitz, I think I've won most of the tournaments that I've played.
Wow. But we can ask Tarjay. Normally he has all the statistics. And one more question is, you know, exactly 1 year ago you made this very special announcement for the whole chess world, which of course has an impact on the history of chess. You said that you're not going to defend your title anymore, so 1 year has passed, and my question is, let's say, how do you feel about it now after 1 year, and what impact has it had on your own life and on your chess and motivation?
I would say that it feels pretty similar as to what it did last year, and also before that I'd sort of mentally checked out of the World Championship, and it feels good not to have to worry about it. In terms of my motivation, I think now for a number of years the motivation has come and gone a little bit, and you can see that in some of the tournaments that I play, that sometimes you can sense that it's really, really important to me. Other times it's more like, we'll see how it goes, and then the results often show that. So I think, like, you know, recently I haven't played so well, but I've had bad stretches before, and I'm definitely motivated now to strike back in this one.
Yeah, and also we could see you in the list of the tournament of World Cup in Baku, and I think it's probably the only event you never won. And do you have any special motivations for this event as well?
So I originally had other plans during the times of the World Cup, then they didn't happen. And it was actually during Norway Chess that I thought about the possibility of playing the World Cup at all. Throughout the tournament there, I felt like I wasn't doing so well, so I was thinking that, yeah, it would be good to get a chance to play some classical chess again, just to prove that I'm not as bad as I was showing there.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking forward for sure for the classical event too. And if I ask you, like, what is the most memorable GCT event, which comes first to your mind?
I think there are a few. Classical, definitely Zagreb 2019. It was yeah, it was just a good vibe overall, and one of my very best classical results. Apart from that, I would say I remember Leuven 2017 very well, and also Kolkata 2019 was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Also, I remember in Kolkata there were many people coming, lots of fans, and actually we also witnessed the same here in Zagreb. And I just wanted to tell you that there was one girl last year, a chess fan, who came here and she asked you for autograph on her shoulder, and next day she has made tattoo with your signature. And I just wondered what do you think about it, and if there is any person in this world you would like to have tattoo signature on your body.
No, I don't have any tattoos currently, and I don't have any plans of it. But I think, as for other people, if you're going to get a tattoo, I think my signature is not the worst way to deface your body.
Yeah, so we'll see what's happening this year, and actually expecting lots of people coming. And you are here from yesterday. Did somebody catch you already for signatures, for selfies? Like, how do you feel yourself?
Yeah, I do. When I'm walking around, I do get caught up by chess fans. Once in a while, and most of the time they're really nice, and it's fun.
Yeah. Okay. All the best of luck for in this tournament and in the others as well. Thank you so much, Magnus.
Thank you.
It's time to fight for titles. The best juniors, girls, and senior chess players converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the U.S. Junior, Girls, and Senior Championship. Beginning July 15th, 30 players will compete across 3 fields for over a $150,000 prize fund. This tournament features the top junior and senior chess players in the nation, including the young up-and-comer Carissa Yip, returning junior champion Christopher Yu, and returning senior champion Alexander Shabalov. 3 titles are on the line, and you won't want to miss it. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. After 2 rounds, these are our standings. Nasi, do the honors.
We already have a sole leader. Jan-Krzysztof Duda won both of his games. And then closely following Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand with 3 points.
The legends tied for second, but Magnus, for a brief moment there, was vulnerable. And then?
Then we have with 50% Fabiano Caruana, Richard Rapport, and Ivan Saric.
Wow. Nice start, and our pairings for our 3rd and final round of today.
We have Nepo against Carlsen.
A rematch of the World Championships from Dubai.
Firouzja against Gukesh.
Both these young players looking for a victory.
Richard Rapport against the tournament leader Duda. Lupulescu against Anand. And Saric versus Caruana.
Nice. And as I haven't been able to get to it because we have been going to break at various times, but it's a good chance to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and find out what's on special for today. And it's a gray men's jacket, and it celebrates the annual Grand Chess Tour, makes the perfect addition to any chess player's wardrobe, features the logo of the Grand Chess Tour on the top left of the jacket in a full-length zipper, 60% cotton, 40% polyester, available at qboutiquestlouis.com. I assure you that's a very accurate, very attractive jacket. I like it a lot. And Miro, after 2 rounds of play, what are your impressions?
Well, it's all up and down, as you could have seen, right? I'm glad that Fabi finally won that game, but man, that was a roller coaster. By the way, Jesse, since I'm dealing with computer, I'm not relying on my memory, but was Jan-Krzysztof Duda your pick?
Yes.
Okay, naturally. And
yes.
Well, by strange
Thank
accident,
you for asking.
he's the one leading the tournament, you see.
It's too early.
It's too early. If you don't mind, could you just point out that one moment that the vulnerability of Magnus, Ivan Saric, the local hero, could have really brought the
previous round we are
house
talking
down,
about, right? Oops. Yeah, if we still have it on. Yeah, Carlsen we have this position, the final position, with everything vanished from the board, right? You have to understand, like, Magnus was better throughout the game, right? And a couple of moves before he avoided the repetition, still being under influence that I'm better, I have to win, I'm pushing for a win. And then here, would Saric have played rook to a7? It could cost Magnus dearly, because yeah, a1 queen is the threat, and when you go to play rook a1, computer shows a very funny plan for black. So it basically starts with king g7 or rook a8 in some order, and the problem for white is that when you play d7, black goes rook h8, and checkmates on h1. So it's a very nice geometric maneuver, right? I mean, rook goes to a8, h8, like basically all the corners of the board. And yeah, white has some ways to fight against it, but black would be close to winning would he have played rook a7. So Magnus was vulnerable.
Wow.
Just for a brief moment.
Wow. And as we saw in the Fabiano's game, I mean, that was a 3-result game, and both players were just playing on the increments with seconds, and
a lot of blunders in that game.
Very, very, very nerve-wracking game for both players as we get ready for round 3. And again, the pairings are just mouth-watering. A rematch of the World Championship between Nepo and Carlsen.
I like how the ambience in the playing hall is very dark, and then they highlight the chessboards.
I love that. I love that theater-like look where you get the spotlight and you're there. And it's the best feeling when you have a big crowd. I think COVID really threw a lot of the players off. Everybody's at home, not in front of the crowds. As they're off, as our tournament leader, Jan Christoph, with the black pieces against Richie. E4 and stop. E4,
so
C5, stop.
Richie won the first game against Fabi, then lost to Anand.
Yep.
And we'll see if he... Richie is one of the players who doesn't make as many draws as the other players, right?
No. He's one of those players who really likes, swinging for the fences. D7, D6. An invitation to a Najdorf, and so far the players have been avoiding the open Sicilian, whether it be by playing in a Lapin or a Rossolimo with c3 and d4.
By the way, I think Magnus is late because Nepo played e4, and
that's it.
I saw him walking around in the playing hall. So.
As he's waiting, e4 and wait. There was it's on YouTube, Magnus is playing a blitz game, and he comes to the game, and he's got like 20 seconds on the clock.
Did he win?
Yeah, he won.
He still won.
He still won.
That's all he
E2,
needs, 20
E4.
seconds.
In the game between Ali Reza and Gukesh, I mean, talk about firing a gun. They are off, and knight a6. Wow. Okay.
That's quite rare.
I would say so. Knight to a6.
But I see in the database there are some top player games, Dingley ran Rajapov, for example, from last year.
And what did white choose in that game? Because
I just see the result. It was 0-1. Black won. So Ding played knight g to e2.
Yeah.
c5.
Yeah.
And then white took on a6.
And
that also took on c5.
Right.
And b4.
And once again, this was between Ding Liren
and Rajapov.
And Timur. Got it. Gotcha. Yeah, the knight on a6 makes a very strange impression, Mira, but you don't have any moves. Are you waiting for Magnus to join you?
Yeah, have some issues with my board apparently.
Oh.
Right, but this knight a6 line that you've just pointed out, I do remember that game. Yeah, that was it's a very strange move to begin with, but yeah, somehow it works for black.
Wow. Yeah, it does look suspicious, but knight a6 has been played by the world's best. Let's see, Ivan Saric versus Fabi. Fabi, again, playing the French defense. He had a very good position against Richie earlier in the tournament. He plays it again this time against Ivan Seric. A7, A6. Queen B6, most popular move. A7, A6, played by Magnus Carlsen against Bobby from their recent game. A7, A6, A2, A3 takes, Bishop C5, Queen D2, G5. Ooh, this is very, very exciting.
There are some top games. Nepomniachtchi played this with Black 2 years ago against Svidler. Nakamura Bakro and Eric Garcia-Arjun also played this last year. So it's a new theory.
And what did White play in those games?
Knight F3.
Knight F3. Okay. Inviting, I suppose.
D4.
D4. Wow.
Bishop takes, knight takes.
Knight takes.
And then G takes F.
Okay, so we've got Queen H4 on tap. We've got Knight takes E5 on tap, and I'm supposing if I go Queen takes F4, you're going to take on E5. Wow. Okay. Knight takes E6. If I go Queen takes E5, I can see that you can go both Bishop takes D4 as well as Queen takes D4. I'm wondering about Knight E6, though. I guess you're just going to take, huh?
Open position and 2 bishops. Yeah.
Good compensation, I must say. Wow, so G5. So, Miro, please tell us what the stats tell us about the move G5.
Well, you'd be surprised, but seemingly not a bad move and played by quite a few strong players. I can see names like Svidler Nepomniachtchi played this position. Nakamura against Bakro played this position. Both games finished in a draw. And that's about it. Only 4 games in total. So a risky, but not such a bad move, it seems.
G5.
Right. So that's what we have. Yeah, Knight F3 and F5 being two moves that were played.
Knight F3 and F4, F5?
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Nepo Magnus's game.
Okay.
So we have Caro-Kann, my favorite opening.
Okay. Well, now we're talking. And I remember, okay, everybody liked at a certain moment to play the Panov-Botvinnik attack as White with C4, Knight C3. And then it became Bishop to G4 in this position became the most popular move. A7, A6.
is quite rare.
Very, very, very rare.
Yes.
And then the other move that Artur Yusupov, amongst many other players, liked to play was Bishop E6. A7,
And also,
A6.
I think G6 became popular after Wesley So played it a few times.
Exactly. That was one of my favorite moves as well, G7, G6. A6, Bishop G5, Bishop E6, Rook C1,
I think we're already out of the book.
Wow. Yeah, no, the combination of Bishop E6 and G6, yes, I'm ready to accept that. But with the move A6 as well thrown in, that seems, and we're overdoing it here
And
a
Magnus
bit.
has only spent 8 seconds, so it's prep.
It's prep. G6. What can you tell us about this approach, Miro?
Once again, I can tell you you're spot on, not even with the analysis, but with your memory. It is indeed a very, very rare line. The fact is that, yeah, A6 and Bishop E6, which does seem to be a bit of a weird combination, it was played relatively recently by big names, Mamidiarov Grandelius, Eriga Isi, Anton Guijarro, just last year. And then Rook C1 was a novelty apparently brought by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Not sure if, again, he was planning to play it against the Magnus. It's not very often that Magnus plays Caro-Kann. Nevertheless, Rook C1 is a novelty, and Magnus's reaction in a few seconds, G7, G6, means that he's aware this Rook C1 exists.
Right.
That's pretty much it.
Wow. And, well, I see your engine says even.
A fair evaluation. Yeah, it's equal. It's equal. What can you do? Well, sometimes the debate would go like, don't you really double the pawns and, you know, take on D5? But usually those are, unless you have something immediately, which I don't think you have, right? Bishop c4, and then you can go queen a5, or even, despite you've played g6, you can develop the bishop to b4 with a check, then go to d6 or d7 with the queen. Black is more than happy to play this position.
Gotcha. G7, G6.
Yeah, and well, it looks provocative, but it seems the best white has is just, you know, modest bishop e2, castle short, and then we pretend everything was normal.
All right, well, very good. Let's just jump over to the game of Vishy, Anand Constantine versus Vishy. This looked like Queen's Gambit accepted, which it is, with the Rubinstein variation, b2, b3, a line that I like playing as white myself. b3, castles, b5, knight d2. And the reason why this game caught my eye is because of this move, rook a8, a7. I remember the first time I saw this, white in a Queen's Gambit declined had played the move queen b3, and Alexander Alekhine played rook a7, and I thought it was the most hilarious move I'd ever seen. And he did perfectly well with it. And in this case, well, I mean, you didn't, Vishy did not want to give up the diagonal, bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, but rather to maintain the tension. And if white is interested in trading, well, it's actually a remarkable instance of the rook moving from a8 to d7.
With Tempe.
With
It's
Tempe,
great.
yeah, it's a great idea.
We do have the exchange on the board, and then Lupulescu played queen e2.
Queen e2.
But the only problem Black still has to solve is the development of the knight.
Right?
Because if you play knight d7, we allow knight c6.
Yes.
Which can be unpleasant.
Exactly. And here, well, I think it's just time to evacuate the d8 square, so you can just play rook d8 and rook d7. Like you say, if I could play a knight c6 and just comfortably solve my development problems that way, I'm just going to be perfectly fine. I think Vishy's doing well out of the opening. Let's jump and see how Ivan handled the move g5. After g5, he did not play knight f3 or f5. He took on c6.
I think knight c6 was a novelty.
A novelty, okay.
Very logical one.
But then the question is, why didn't he follow up with capturing the pawn?
It's not a pawn grubber.
He's
That's
not.
the answer.
He's not going to get membership in the Pawns Grubbers Association. Takes on g5. Is it d4, or is it queen c7, or knight d7?
Queen c7 looks interesting, and then winning the e5 pawn.
Right, because d4 is just wrong. Yeah, I would just be very grateful, gleefully, but you're saying a queen c7 and grabbing the e pawn. Are you so
hoping that
sure? I mean, there is a king in the middle of the board here still.
And this is why I don't play the French.
Yeah, good point. Miro, jump in here, because there was an opportunity for Ivan to grab a pawn, and he didn't do it. Why not?
Well, he decided not to, as Nasi told you. Right. In reality, I dare to claim that Fabi took a gamble going for this line. Not only it's not very popular, this g5, but if you play it, you really have to know it, because guess what? Knight c6, and the very next move is a mistake.
He should take on e3.
He had to capture on e3.
Exactly.
And normally you don't even stop. Like knight takes, and it's unfamiliar move here, but you're playing a rapid game, and then, well, recapture is very natural. But in fact, he had to take on e3, because after b takes, bishop c5, knight c5, as you correctly pointed out, this was possible, and white is a pawn up. Black does get some compensation with moves like queen c7, rook b8, something, but white is a pawn up. And not only that, but Saric's move, bishop d3, is also very, very strong. So now, after queen b6, they pretty much follow the line of the computer. And apparently you cannot really take on b2. Oops. That's A5 was played, yeah. But if you take on B2, pretending you restore the material, for now, yes. But after castle F7 is a huge target. So rook B1 is a threat, and then queen F2 would be double attack on C5 and F7. So that pretty much loses. So he's down a pawn with very, very subtle chances of getting real counterplays.
And by the way, we did see A6, A5, not exactly the brilliant follow-up to your pawn sacrifice. I mean, it feels like Fabi has misplayed this.
Right, I mean, White now, from what I can see, can choose, like, you really protect this pawn and just be a pawn up, H4, and off you go, or you can go for an offense with some queen F4 moves.
A5.
But
A5.
this wouldn't work, yeah, A5
Yeah.
and then queen F4, and yeah, once again, not a single line that I can spot where black is on time to do something.
Exactly.
And if you've sacrificed the pawn and then you're switching to protecting your weaknesses, that once again means something went wrong.
Indeed.
Should we jump to the tournament leaders game?
Exactly. I wanted to do the very same thing. So from the opening, Duda invited Najdorf, which was declined. No open Sicilian for you, said Richie. Bishop b5 check, knight d7, a4. And for those of you who didn't want to spend your lifetimes studying the Najdorf, the move bishop b5 check and a4 was always considered a decent alternative. It doesn't promise White, an advantage or something of that nature, but just at least you're avoiding this incredibly complex theoretical lines. b5, of course, we're going to do en passant. We're not going to allow Queen D2. You were talking about Magnus's move, stepping his queen in front of the bishop. Well, Richie is taking a page out of Magnus's book. A5, Queen F4, and
This current position that we have on the board is very interesting because from the black side, it's just the Benko gambit, exact same setup. But
Okay.
White's pawn is on D3 instead of D5.
right,
Because if that was on D5, we would just have a Benko, right?
and the C2 pawn would be on A2, and then
Not necessarily.
in a Benko gambit.
Oh, right.
But
Pawn on D3 tells me that black is fine.
okay, but this is actually funny because we were just talking about Alexander Alekhein's Rook A7.
Yeah,
Now we got Rook A2, and we get Queen D2 as well. So Richie is taking pages out of all kinds of world champions books. Miro, what does the engine say about this very creative approach? Does he have an advantage?
Well, after last move, bishop c6, engine claims it to be roughly equal, but that's a very creative play. I'm still, in admiration for this queen d2 to f4 to h4, which is a clumsy maneuver. But if you think of it, just let's go back. And it's very often that White would play a move with the bishop, I don't know where, and then let's pretend b2 is not hanging at all. So queen d2, and then bishop h6.
Right.
And if black doesn't react, you're trying to bring the queen with queen g5, queen h4 later on.
Right.
So despite looking clumsy, it might be that this queen d2 and getting the queen to h4 first saves him some time,
Right.
interestingly. Right, and once again, it doesn't really matter if the engine says it's equal. What I can see is White has a plan, while for black it's far more problematic. You do have the pressure on the queen side, yes, and the rook on a2 is not the best piece, but it stops your play forever, it seems. And yeah, and White has some ideas of going bishop h6, knight g5, and so on.
Remarkable. The maneuver. I like it. I like it. Tip of the hat to Richie for that. By the way, I think Konstantin just blundered a pawn against Vichy.
Looks that way.
When we left it, we had seen bishop takes b7, rook takes b7, queen e2, everything's good, queen d7. Something like rook c1, rook d1, h2, h3, and the players would battle their way forwards. He did play the move a4, and in his mind, White was thinking, well, that way I keep your knight tethered until you see the move rook takes b3, and you go, row, row, didn't I just blunder a pawn? And the answer is, yes, you did. And from here on out, White will be trying to equalize.
Yes, that was definitely a culture hour probably for Konstantin.
Yes.
To say rook takes b3.
Exactly. I mean, and sometimes you just block that out because, you know, mentally, you know, you think your rook is just perfectly fine and protected, and that's just simply not the case. Rook takes b3, and whoops.
I would say White might have a little bit of compensation because the knight is still on b8 and it's not
Right.
easy to develop it. But other than that,
No, we're not happy. Again, queen?
we haven't looked at Firouzja Gukesh game.
Let's do it. Let's jump right into it. And how did they get here? So this is a Nimzo. Bishop d3 Nimzo.
Another
Oh,
knight
this was the
A6.
knight a6. Yeah,
Yeah.
we had actually left the game after knight e2, c5, bishop takes a6. You were mentioning that Ding Liren had played this position before or previously, and
I like Firouzja's position. He has almost all his pieces are on the black squares.
is that a good thing? It's like checkers.
Sometimes.
Okay, and well, I've got e4 square. That's a good thing. I've got the two bishops.
But I've got the diagonal A1, H8.
That's a nice. Oops, that's not a good. My arrow skills just left.
But black should probably also fix the doubled pawns. Can they play just A5?
Yes, I like that move very much. I'm still trying to. I mean, you know, it's funny what you were saying that you have this diagonal, but in some ways your knights are occupying the squares that your queen wants to go to, right? So it's not so easy for you to use that diagonal, and you know, I can post up on c4. I could even offer a trade of knights.
Maybe
although not
one of the
really.
knights can go to b3, like knight b3.
Knight a5, and that was why you might want to play a5 yourself. Intriguing. Okay, cool.
Seems easier to play with white.
Yeah, I'll allow that for sure. The dark square bishop. Let me just check in on the game of Magnus for a moment, because this was the inclusion of g6 and bishop e6 and a6.
He's giving me new ideas in Caro-Kann.
Exactly. c5. Fair, right? Unless you're going to take on f6 and take on d5, you want to have some space. Knight e4, bishop e3. Although, ooh.
Knight c5.
Knight c5. That might have not been what Jan expected, because after takes.
Is he just going to be up a pawn now? Because he can take on g4 first and then on c5?
Well, he's not up a pawn, though,
Not
right?
yet.
Yeah.
In the current position, he
Takes
can take a pawn, I
castles.
think. Take on g4 and then on c5, unless I'm blundering my knight. But
No, I don't think you are. Takes.
it's a little worrisome.
Yes.
I'm pinned.
But I don't have knight e2, and we do have queen takes g5 on. Pardon me, bishop takes g4, queen takes g4 on the board. Magnus is being invited to grab the pawn.
But if rook d1 after queen c5, I guess I can just play rook d8.
Yes. And for the moment, it's kind of intriguing that, well, Magnus
He's about
is
to grab
reaching.
the pawn. Yeah, knight e2 doesn't work because black can take with the check.
Exactly. It does look scary that you are walking into a pin, but if you don't have the immediate moment to take advantage, then e7, e5 will be just a healthy pawn to the good. Miro, jump in on this one. Queen takes c5, and what is Nepo going to do? And do you think he blundered knight takes c5?
Well, this much I don't know. As you remember, I said perhaps Nepo's experiment went a bit wrong right here when he had to play modest bishop e2. And according to computer, even before this knight c5, which was a nice tactical operation in black's favor, black is already better. So in fact, when he played bishop g4 and he has to sacrifice the pawn or give a pawn away, it's hardly he had anything better. Bishop g4 is the top move of the engine, believe it or not. And you're right, black is better, and white perhaps has a choice, because one thing he can do, according to Machine, is to go, no, not anymore. I mean, Machine was going queen d7 at some point, but then after queen c6, and it's a clever way, in my opinion, to unpin, you can win the pawn back, but then you're not very happy with your queen on a3, and black starts jumping, all sorts of knight to f5, rook a to d8, and equal material, but very hard position to play for white.
Right.
So he is thinking after queen c5. Yeah, rook d1, black just plays not even e5, but rook to d8. Computer is not sure which rook, but both give black substantial advantage. So as early as move 17, right, Magnus is up a pawn and has very good chances, right?
As Caro-Kann players, our panel is very pleased with this outcome for black. Magnus looking very comfy at this moment. That game between Ali Reza and Gukesh, by the way, a6, a5, that was an intriguing move. He just played rook c7. And I liked what you said, was like knight b3.
Or maybe Gukesh wants to put bishop on c8 and f5. Maybe that's
so that's something like this.
However, d5 is hanging.
Good, well spotted. Nice. I thought you were actually just going to put the queen on d4, you know, because it was all about that diagonal. But
interesting. Ali Reza went the other way, knight f3 instead of b3.
Knight f3. After rook c7, knight f3. Okay.
I guess it makes sense. He wants to keep knight on the king side after queen d4, maybe.
Well, that's what it's all about, is if we can exploit this diagonal land a blow, rook c8. So no bishop c8. That wasn't what that was about. He was just about doubling.
So queen d4 right away would be met with rook c4?
Really?
Or would it?
Yeah, that was my question.
Knight takes d5?
Exactly. And
does win a pawn.
Yeah, we've got queen takes f6 and on tap there. So queen d4. Miro, jump in. Is there opportunity here for Ali Reza?
Yes, there is, but it's not queen d4, yes.
No?
And it's interesting that your move perhaps was better. The knight b3 move perhaps was better than knight f3 move, but after knight b3, there was a strange idea for black, which computer turns to criticize, d5, d4.
Wow.
Because this pawn is, well, it's a burden, and instead you're pawn down, you're opening the bishop, and yes, white is better, but for this you have to take with the queen and to follow, you know, a narrow path. So when you're playing the game, you might get a little bit kind of uncertain about this, and instead play some knight f3 so that the rook on e1 is protected. That's what he has done. Now d4 makes no sense whatsoever, right? And after rook e to c8, queen d4 is something you were discussing. Yeah, rook here, knight d5, and apparently computer is just happy with this position. White will be a pawn up, but black gets rid of all the threats, right? And also the weakness, yeah, that's a funny thing, but sometimes losing the only weakness you have in the position is sort of beneficial, right? You don't have to care about this dude on d5 anymore.
Right.
And yeah, and with either rook c2 or even capture on f3, black seems to get some sort of counterplay. I don't know how serious it is, but computer is not unhappy, as you can see, 0.4 evaluation and less than half a pawn, so that means some compensation. And the game went this route. He did play queen d4. According to computer, better would be just to bring more stuff in with rook a to d1.
Develop, yeah.
So when we get to capture each other's pieces, the rook will be in play. So that's it.
We do have queen d4, rook c4
and rook c4 on the board, and there is no way back for white, it seems. And now he has to go after this knight d5 and play the endgame with some compensation for black.
All right. And once again, for those of you joining us late, here are our current standings after 2 rounds in the history book. Smash.
We have a sole leader with 100%, Jan Christoph Duda. Then closely following with 3 points, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. And with 50%, Fabiano Caruana, Richard Rapport, and Ivan Saric.
And just to remind everybody, in the rapid chess, you do get 2 points for a victory, and that's why after only 2 rounds, Duda has 4, as he's won both of his games. In the game of Fabi, Ivan Saric played the move Queen F2, Rook B8, castles, Knight D7, Queen takes B6, Rook takes B6, Knight A4. White's a pawn up after Rook B7, Rook E1, but somehow that trade of queens, I think, for Fabi is a little bit of a relief.
Because the king's still in the center?
Yeah, exactly. And, well, with his last move, King E7, it's going to stay in the center, too.
I think White's still much better, even in the endgame.
Is it? Is it
How about
because...
the H7 pawn? That's like the only thing I know in the French,
Right.
that H7 pawn often falls.
Right. And I would love, for example, well,
Rook
we'll just...
F3, Rook H3 or something
Yeah,
like that?
well, I was just going to say, I would love to be able to play H4, H6 and get you to trade. The problem is you're just going to play G6 on me. And that's all good for White. So I've got this weak pawn on H7, and you were about to tell me that you were going to give it your attention.
The only way Black can defend it is by Knight F8, but then I get my Knight to C5.
And that would be positionally devastating. Knight on F8, yeah. One of the things about the French defense that every French defense player is aware of, if passive bishop on C8, if it remains on the board till the ending, goodbye. You are not going to have a very happy afternoon. You're going to get tortured with that bishop
So I
on
guess after
C8.
Rook F3, Black should... Oh, Ivan played H4.
H4.
Okay.
It's funny. that was the move that came to my mind, but I liked your Rook F3. I like it very
But on
much.
both of those moves, I would suggest, so Black has to play C5,
All right. Makes sense.
and then should White...
Probably, but C4 is maybe not necessary.
Early.
Yeah. But okay, I like H4 because it's just one of those moves that it's so darn challenging. It just basically throws the gauntlet at you and says, what are you going to do? If you're going to play H6, I'll play G6, and you're going to be very unhappy. And if you do nothing, well, you know, it's like a kind of a funny thing, but I could move my king up, I can double my rooks, maybe one day play C3 and B4,
So we have C5 on the board.
C5, and I'm expecting B3.
So B3 is better than immediately C4.
I don't know. I wouldn't make it. I mean, in Blitz and Rapid, I'm not sure. In classical chess and in correspondence chess, maybe I'd be very, very sure. But yeah, I would probably play B3, but I can understand why C4 would also be very attractive. At the moment, it's an extra pawn for Ivan. He's looking very good. Miro, how's Vishy doing? When we left him, he was a pawn up.
Well, he still is, but perhaps it was, well, just a tiny moment when he really had an advantage. Turns out it wasn't that simple, even though I was looking at computer evaluation, I thought, yeah, it's just a pawn for nothing. But automatically they got into this position. Yeah, the queen's attacked. If you go queen b5 and the queens are getting exchanged, White has enough compensation because pieces are active and so on, right?
Right.
And you would think you want to get the queen to b7, somehow protect the a pawn and so on. And you have 2 routes of doing this, queen c6 or queen d7. And Vishy went with queen d7, maybe preserving the c6 square for the knight. And all of a sudden, after bishop e5, you do not have a comfortable way of saving the pawn. While with queen on c6, the bishop e5, you would play this knight to d7. It's an awkward move, but you're sort of protecting the b8 knight, which does a good job of protecting a6 pawn.
Right.
Right? And one tiny moment of losing concentration after bishop e5, it's almost equal. And Vishy, perhaps, yeah, he was caught off guard, as far as I understand, because if he wanted to play queen b5, he could have done it immediately.
Right.
Right. So now he plays queen b5, queens are getting traded, knight d4, knight d7, and Lupulescu Just goes bishop g3. Perhaps the b pawn is getting lost. So that's it. That's it. It doesn't look like he will have much of a chance.
And I just saw that the last move was bishop to b4.
Yeah, bishop b4 attacking the knight. Now Compi says, well, you just have to not blunder the knight. So knight f3 is sufficient, knight to b3 is sufficient. Well, computer claims kind of slight edge in this position, but you know, even if it's objectively somewhat better for white, this is not the position. For black, this is not the position you win.
Exactly. A game that we wanted to keep our eye on as we see our tournament leader Duda versus Richie Rapport. Some very creative attacking maneuvers, I want to say. We left it after the move queen h4, rook b8. We had seen that, and rook a2. And the first impressions are, well, everybody's happy. But white is the one that has a superior structure to begin with. He also has a weakness that he might chew upon, and this whole concepts of bishop h6 and knight g5 are attacking ideas or patterns that we were shown when we were youngsters.
Richie did manage to get his bishop on h6, but I liked how Duda responded with just putting the bishop on h8.
And that's interesting. Gregory Kaidanov once made a very stark observation that the move bishop h8 was the most overrated idea in chess. And what Gregory was saying is that, yes, congratulations, you preserve your beautiful bishop. But on the other hand, this bishop on h6, back rank checkmates, you know, and quite often this bishop on h6 is far more irritating than the bishop is on h8. Let's see what happened.
See,
f4,
I'm a little
e6.
surprised both of you like white's position. Maybe it's because I play Benko with black sometimes. I think black is completely fine.
Okay, well, I mean, the Benko gambit destroyed, let's say, a generation of American youths, the youths. F4, knight d7, Miro, jump in. What does the engine say? Break the tie between Nasi and myself.
There's no tie anymore, yes. Huh?
No tie.
Yeah, I'm on Nazi's side here,
No!
and not me. Right? I was advocating for white's position. Yeah, but
the quality of my life just.
Yeah, the engine just you know, there is no romanticism left in chess. Yeah.
Right.
There is no attack. The computer says
no attack.
And, you know, even. Like,
I can't even bluff my way.
As much as I was praising the maneuver, queen, whatever it went to get to h4, and now apparently what he had to do is to go back here, queen e1, which is the admiration, you know. Or rather,
the music stopped.
Right, knight d1 is consistent because you want knight to e3, f5,
Beautiful.
g4, and it's also bad. It's consistent and it's bad, and after c4, black will have quite a serious advantage already, because c4, knight c4, d5, the position opens up, you'll get some open files, and when you have open files, you could use some rooks, and your rooks are stuck on the a file. Rook a1, rook a2 are nicely targeting the pawn, which they can never take. Right,
Wow.
and computer tends to favor black heavily after c4 and d5. I'm not sure if it will be played, but if it will, it's it's in
That's
Duda's
a
favor.
remarkable pawn sacrifice
That looks great
idea.
for black, but it's hard to find c4, d5
Exactly.
I think, in the rapid game.
Yeah, and maybe I have to mention that the point is that you really want to open files with black. If you
Exactly.
go d5, then white, of course, will be very happy to block everything, and then he's getting valuable time to bring his knights into attack and so on. And now computer already agrees this one's equal, and once again, in a practical game, I would pick white here. So hence you go c4 first after knight d1, right? And white can't really afford not dealing with this pawn. And when he takes, only then you go d5.
Wow.
And if we jump to Magnus's game, I think he has a huge advantage.
Exactly. Let's do that. When we left it, we saw the move queen takes c5, challenging Nepo to prove his compensation. Nepo played the move Queen e4, a move that you had pointed out, Miro. Queen b4. Okay, I think the engine was saying, oh, just give back the e7 pawn. Queen b4, takes, queen takes, and we're quickly catching up with the players. But first impressions of the minor pieces, there's no competition. The bishop really is outdueling the knight, and there goes a pawn.
Yeah, white is just trying to draw here.
Exactly. B5 pawn is not hanging. There is a check. And something about Nepo's play with the white pieces has not been very convincing. His game, round one game against Duda, where he played on the white side of a Scotch, he got outplayed. And
I think here he was surprised by Magnus's a6, bishop e6, and g6.
As we were, and so were we. Yeah, a5, it looks like a two-result game for sure in favor of Magnus. Jumping to Alireza and Gukesh, the players have transposed well.
Firouzja is still up a pawn, but it's a rook ending. Much closer to a draw, I think, than it was with the bishops on the board.
Exactly. And yeah, that...
But it's possible. I mean, white has zero risk. Very pleasant endgame.
Is it 0-0 risk? So if I go check and you go rook e2, let's just say, right? And I take it and I go rook here.
Okay, rook b7.
Yeah, and that was my question. Is this a zero risk? Because I do have an h pawn, right? Oops, excuse me.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you've got an a pawn, I agree, but I would see it, yeah, I would see it as kind of all results possible there. Okay, and Nero, what has caught your eye?
Yeah, I was investigating once again what happened in Jan's game against Magnus, and well, Magnus's position is better already for quite some time, right, for quite a few moves, but then b3, a very natural move, you're saving the b pawn, happens to be perhaps decisive mistake, because he was much better off either playing queen e2 or rook c2, just to preserve the stability of this knight on c3. Mm-hmm. So he's basically saying you want to win a pawn, you will have to exchange the bishop on c3 first. And then with major pieces, you know, heavy pieces, it will be much easier to transpose into some sort of rook endgame with better chances.
Right.
Like, once we reach this, with queen on a5 and the knight inevitably having to move, black is completely winning, according to machine. Interestingly enough, a5 was perhaps a slight misstep.
Really?
Because, yeah, once again, it's not that I'm smart, but the computer knows everything. So a check, and it suggests not rushing with the pawns at all, but first improving the rook. So rook e8. Once again, it turns out that this knight is unstable, right? Usually you get the knight in the center and you're very happy, but no, not in this position. It's very awkward. So what computer does is goes g3, and then black trades the queens like that. And, you know, you have to play f3, otherwise you're dropping the f2 pawn, which is like deadly. And then f5 is possible, rook e6 is possible, like all the transformations. Let's say rook e6. You trade the rooks, you resign immediately, because a pawn will run, and knights are notoriously bad stopping rook pawns, right?
Right.
So, yeah, that was... And after a5, interestingly, he lets white to play g3, king g2, and maybe not fall apart immediately. But that's... Yeah, what do we know? Maybe Magnus will prove that computer's wrong.
Nice. I like it. It's hard to criticize a move a5 because it looks so natural to push the pawn. By the way, I want to draw our attention to the game between Ivan Saric and Fabi, because when we did leave it, we just thought, okay, it's a nice, comfortable position for Ivan. He's a pawn up, but that's not the way the cookie crumbled. After h4, c5, c4, d4, rook f4, still looks like everything is going Ivan's way, and we reached this position when suddenly, and I think quite shockingly, h6 was essayed. And after takes on h6, rook takes h6,
And
rook
here,
takes g5. Yes.
without rook g5, white looks fantastic.
Right, exactly. You just you get this position in your mind, and you think to yourself, well, I'm just killing it. The knight is going to come to d3. I'm a pawn up. You know, king will everything. I mean, I've got everything.
Without hesitation, Fabi goes rook takes
Takes
g5.
g5, sacrificing an exchange, and suddenly, with this very active rook, I've got ideas of a4.
Who would you rather be here?
The clock times?
7 minutes for Fabi and 10 for Ivan.
Uh-huh. I was hoping that Fabi might have a little bit of a time edge too. I think I'd rather be black. I mean, I just feel like the initiative, you know, you get so jolted when you see this move, rook takes g5, right? You're just really thrown backwards. And by the way, he did not play a4 and bishop a6 and capturing this pawn on c4. He played simple chess.
Just wants to pick up another pawn.
Exactly. Rook c3.
Knight c1 is such an ugly move.
And he didn't want to play it. He did play king e2, so inviting rook takes b3. And Miro, jump in on this one, because I'm thinking the move rook takes g5 really turned the tables.
Yeah, you're right, you are, Yasser. And if not for rook g5, you're absolutely right in this position, right after g5. If not for rook g5, you might as well resign.
Exactly.
Okay, I will not go back, because I have to say that Cyrich was completely winning at some point, or
Right.
close to being completely winning. But the current position is super interesting, because after king e2,
yeah,
as unclimatic as it is, you have to go rook c2 according to computer and repeat.
Really?
And yeah, and the problem is, I mean, the fun starts a bit later. Like if you take on b3,
which is
for
what
now
you want to
do not have kind of powerful enough threats. You do have some threats, but they're not enough. So white goes rook f1. And then if you're inventive, you go king e8. So now if rook takes f7, you'll take on d3.
Right.
And it works for you. And then white has some g6, pawn takes, rook h4. And still it's closer to a draw, but you might regret not taking a draw, you know. Well, if rooks penetrate, like rook h8, rook h7. So it's a little bit sad, and I believe Fabi will never take it. By the way, he played bishop g2, so he's not playing for a draw. After which, according to computer, well, it once again shifts in white's favor. But the game goes on, and anything can happen.
Instead of the move rook to c3, which again it looks very, very attractive, a4.
Yeah, but a4 turns out b4 is very strong, because if white ever gets to take the d4 pawn, he solves a lot of his issues. Right?
I wanted bishop a6. Yeah. I was so myopically focused on bishop a6. I forgot that you could play b5 as well.
After bishop g2,
Yes.
interestingly, the computer still recommends b4.
Just sacrifice
And this
the
is
pawn.
this is how it claims that white is still better. And the line would be something like a, b, a, b. Let's just get to the end of the line and see how realistic white's chance is going to be. So captures on c5, knight c5.
Right.
And yeah, even this one, I would not be 100% sure that black is safe. It looks
No.
very close to be a fortress, but not a fortress yet.
Exactly. Not a fortress yet.
And I got some updates that
Please.
Anand is winning again. Well,
Well,
we
he
thought
was better.
winning. Yes.
Yeah, we thought he was seriously better, but
Then it was
really,
more close to equal in the end game, but now looks like
after
get
bishop
chances
b,
again.
yeah, when we left it at bishop b4 with ideas of bishop to c3 and rook to d1. We want to take this pawn on b5, obviously. b4, rook, h3. And
he
it's
just play rook c4 now.
rook to c4. Just defending the pawn.
Well, that's what we heard from.
And knight to c2. Give me the pawn. I'm trying to induce you to
How
play
do we
the move
keep that
b3.
Yeah, b3 just go back knight d4, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Can I try rook c6 here?
And if I...
Rook takes c2.
Oh, Oh.
I'm not mated.
Yes, you're
Yes.
not mated, but the two knights versus the rook with all the pawns on one side of the board, that should be winning for the knights. Although it's not, a layup, but. And Miro, over to you. How is our tournament leader doing?
Well, very impressive. He might be, he might be on 100% after today's day. So c4, the move that I was suggesting with the help of my little silicon friend, was not played.
Nope.
Instead, he went with rook a7 and another stage of maneuvering, rook a to b7, so doubles on the b file. And then basically what white did, so bishop g5 first, bishop g7. And here, I wonder if white would have gone bishop h6. Would black accept the draw? We never know, because Richie was very aggressive, and he has done Duda's job pretty much. He went f5 to open the position out. And once again, it turns out it's, well, you didn't want to open the position. Rook b4 is very strong, kind of disrupting all the coordination possible. Queen g3, knight e5, and you can feel that black pieces start to jump, and the center is open, and then you have knight on d1, and both rooks stuck on the a file.
Yeah.
Bishop e8, and then you have to make uglier and uglier moves just to keep your position together. Yeah, like if you have to play bishop e2, once again, it's not the reason you've played f5 a few moves earlier.
Exactly.
Yeah, and now something like rook e8, bringing the rook over the e file, and yeah, it looks critical for white. Computer is very harsh. It's almost +2 for black.
Wow.
Wow. +2. Wouldn't have imagined that.
But I think the fun begins now, since they are both approaching blitz time control, 5 minutes on the clock. For both of them.
For both sides.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a strange position because both sides need to be so accurate. It's not easy with 5 minutes on the clock.
No, it's not. And those 5 minutes, boy, I tell you, when you're down to your last 5 minutes, you feel like you're under constant pressure. By the way, it moves c to c3.
So Duda didn't play rook e8 as Miro suggested. He played queen d7.
7, yeah. And I'm assuming the rook is just going to drop back to
Well, then white has d4 and knight's dropped on e5. Was queen d7 a blunder? Because knight has nowhere to go.
I didn't see that
And
coming
Richard
at all.
immediately spotted it, played c3.
I didn't see that at all.
Let's check with Miro.
Queen, yeah.
Yeah,
Miro,
it is.
queen.
It is. It was. It was a blunder. And, well, luckily for him, he has some time to stop to realize that the knight is about to get trapped, because according to the machine, black still retains a slight advantage by going rook g4 and sacrificing the exchange. But first you have to understand, or rather comfort yourself with the idea, yes, I messed up a little bit, which is very hard during the rapid game, right? And then find this rook g4, and then after bishop takes, knight takes, white pieces are still so awkward that black is slightly better, but not nearly as much as he used to be.
So, Miro, I'm confused. Why isn't d4 still trapping the knight here?
Why is d4 not trapping the knight here? Because queen takes f5 and bishop on g5 is hanging. Yeah, so that's why. And computer is so relaxed that after, over here, after you capture on g6, for instance, it takes with the pawn. It's really sure that this knight is not getting trapped.
Wow.
Okay, so it shifts, back and forth. And let me, since I'm stealing the show, let me inform you that Magnus blew all of his advantage away.
Really?
Yes. Look, a5, a4, remember we were talking this one. And then there was one tiny moment. After rook a6, queen b4, according to machine, would still keep the advantage. And queen b3, he has, well, I'm speculating, of course, but apparently he has blundered this funny-looking move, knight to c5. And then if you trade, you inevitably lose the a-pawn.
Right.
So he went with queen to b4, and now you probably don't want to take because the knight is very awkward, right? And rook e8 just wins, according to machine, once again. But Nepo played it very, very precise from now on. So queen d5, he uses the, the activity of the pieces.
Right.
Well, and black still cannot establish the coordination. a3, pawn seemingly survives. Knight b3, queen c3, queen d6. And the pawn is gone. Check. Here, bishop b2. Pawn is still here, but, few more moves. And I'd be optimistic about white's chances. I mean, the queen clearly got stuck, right?
He did play queen b4, by the way.
Queen b4 is one of the moves, yeah. And then, in fact, perhaps the simplest move, because you can't really extract all the stuff from the corner. If you go queen a2, he just takes on b2, and queen takes, pawn takes, and rook b6. Only but sufficient move, rook b6. And it's
right.
And I must say, this
Slides
almost
out.
never happens, but Nepo's in time trouble. Nepo has far less time than Magnus.
And that's why he plays a good game. He just has to think.
He has 1 minute against 8 minutes.
Wow.
But yeah, he played great, very accurately.
By the way, Duda did not play the move rook g4 against Richie. He dropped his rook back to b6, and Richie said, okay, but wait a minute. What about d3, d4, trapping the knight?
Is he up a clear piece now? For a pawn? What's the best way to give up that piece?
Well, exactly.
There is no best way, I'm afraid.
If I take knight g4, right? Or knight e4.
I can just take it, right? F1's protected, so.
F1 is protected.
A slightly awkward placement of pieces for white, but an extra piece.
It's temporary, right?
Yeah.
Because queen takes, you do have bishop f3. Oy, oy, oy. Oy, oy, oy. Bishop f3. Yeah, I mean, Duda did not find the move rook g4, and he's currently looking at a lost piece. And Vishy? How is
Vishy's
Vishy?
doing really well in the rook ending.
Yeah, he's a pawn up.
He's a pawn up, and he got his other pawn on h4.
Wow.
Which is a brilliant
Achievement.
achievement, yes.
Exactly. And king to, yeah. And Constantine is down to
28 seconds.
the 8 minutes.
Yes.
So Vishy in cruise control. How is Fabi doing? Well, Fabi's trying to set up a fortress, which he may or may not achieve.
This might be a very long game.
Yeah, and definitely a 2-result game for Ivan, as he enjoys being an exchange
And
to the
we
good.
should mention how Ivan is an underdog in this tournament. He's doing great. 2 draws, one of them against Magnus Carlsen.
Where we
He
think
had a brilliant geometry there.
Yeah, exactly. Could have won the game easily.
And now against Fabi, playing for 2 results.
Exactly. By the way, as you started the show there, Mira, one of the things you were showing is that we have 5-time world champion Magnus Carlsen, 5-time world champion Vishy Anand, 5-time Romanian champion Constantine, 2-time champion Ivan Saric. I mean, we were on the 5s, 3 5s. We're doing very, very well. 5-time. And then a 5-time Romanian champions. And then only 2 go away. Only 2 from Ivan Saric.
But Mira also mentioned that Saric has a win in a classical game against Magnus, which very few people in the world do.
That is for sure. Okay.
Let's check with Ali Reza.
Exactly. Versus
Looking like a
Gukesh.
draw?
We thought so. And we were kind of saying that it's still... Oh, he did not play, by the way.
Rook c2?
Yeah, he didn't play rook c2. He went rook h5 right away. And, okay, well, now white is definitely doing well.
But at the same time, we don't have enough pawns to push.
Yeah, we'd like more, right?
Because I think rook d7 will just...
What happens?
Take and rook d6.
What are you planning?
Take and rook d6.
And then I've got a check, right?
And king goes up. Definitely not down. King
King
G6.
goes to G6. Wow.
Oh.
By the way, we do have a draw in the game between Nepo and Magnus. And Nepo's like, what am I doing with the white pieces? Why are you happy about your king on G6 here? After, for example, F4?
Oh, I just thought, how does white improve? And then you can't cross the d file. What if I just stay rook d1, rook d6?
Right. Interesting. So even though I've got this passed pawn on d7,
I guess at some point you'll sacrifice d8 and take a7 and try to win
sure.
a different endgame.
Okay, but that's not so clear at all. Let's jump to the game of Richie for a second, because
It's taking down the tournament leader.
exactly when we left it, we were curious to see what Duda was going to do to save his knight on d4, on e5 after the move d4. Rook to b3, queen takes. So white is the one winning material, but bishop takes e5, and
I think you can even take rook takes e4 now.
I was about to say we could even grab this guy, right?
We don't have to, we can just play bishop f4, but rook e4 looks nice.
Rook e4, well, anything that will bring about
H takes g, we have 3 pieces
for two.
for a rook and 2 pawns. That
Not
should be
enough.
more than enough.
Yeah, 3 pieces will easily dominate. So rook takes e4 we think is winning.
He played queen f2.
f2. Whoa. So I'm still trying to
currently
count
he's up
the
a full
material.
piece.
Just
For 1 pawn, right? Yes. Piece for 1 pawn. And he's threatening the bishop on e4 and also maybe bishop c4. And Duda just made a move with 1 second.
1 second on his clock. Oh my gosh. I mean, they must go to some training school where they learn to press the clock with a second. Bishop c4, rook takes. I just love the way Duda just snapped off the move. Rook, his queen's hanging, his rook is hanging, and rook takes b2.
So
whack.
let's do the math. Bishop e6.
Yes.
Rook takes f2.
Rook takes f2.
Take back the rook. Then take on a4. How many pieces are hanging?
Oh, take on a4. Or I thought you were going to take
Well,
on e6.
I want to take a bigger piece.
And Vichy won against Constantine. Sorry, you wanted to do what?
Take on a4.
Take on a4. And I'll take on f7.
King g7.
King g7.
Because you can't take knight a4.
No,
But you are already still up a piece.
I'm still up a piece. But for the moment, no. It should be a win.
So how do we defend
Bishop,
the first rank and the knight?
bishop.
I take. Oh, you take with the check.
Yes, just in time.
Rook f8 here. Are you pinned?
I'll take the knight.
Oh,
Sorry,
still
my knight will take your bishop. Sorry, it's getting early here. Rook takes b2. Let me just refresh my board. Excuse me, everybody. I'll be right back here. Rook takes b2. Jump in, Miro. Is there a clear... He did take on e6.
Well, there is a clear way, but it does involve some not so natural move. Yeah, rook f2 is a must, yes, and after
Yes.
bishop a4, you have to capture on f7 with the rook.
With the rook.
Yeah, that's
But
what,
of course.
yeah, that's what
computer
computer
move.
says, and after king h8, bishop f6 is
The way
yeah,
to go.
Yeah, is the way to go.
Nice. That's far simpler. Rook takes f7, threatening a discovered check. And here's the moment of truth. Not bishop f7, which is,
Is rook f7 the only way to?
Well, bishop f7 does lead to white's advantage, but rook f7 is much, much stronger.
and of
Now
course
it's-
Richard
yeah.
finds it. He took
very
rook
impressive.
f7.
And by the way, a draw did occur between Ali Reza and Gukesh.
As
Rook
expected.
takes f7. Nice move. And now we're expecting, after king h8, which was played, bishop f6 check.
Yeah, bishop f6, but knight e2 seemingly works as well.
Knight e2.
Knight e2, it would involve some awkward move like knight g1, but still
Because at
works.
the end you still have bishop f6.
Exactly.
Bishop d4.
Yeah, you also have rook f8 check.
King g7. Oh, checkmate.
That,
That's better.
Yeah, that's better.
I think Duda again made a move with 1 second because he has 11 seconds right now.
Wow. Wow.
And reach it down to 30 seconds.
I think I saw that annotation one time in my local magazine, Northwest Chess. Rook f8 check and rook g8 checkmate was better. Bishop d2.
Bishop d2. Unexpected.
Still winning?
Still winning according to computer, but not the most precise.
Not as clean.
Oh, look, he provoked Duda to move the rook from
Yeah,
the
he
last
tricked
rank.
Duda because now the best move is rook b8, which Duda
Which he
finds.
did. He did make. And
Very
now we
nice.
do have knight e2 and knight g1, as you were pointing out.
Yeah, I think he has to move that knight.
Exactly. How much time for Richie, by the way?
But they both have about 15 seconds.
Okay. But
92
it's
on the
only
board.
one pawn. It's only one pawn for the knight. It's not enough.
But there is still room to blunder. Like, say, black goes bishop c6, you're trying to make a luft for the king, and you really cannot, because you move the h-pawn, you move the g-pawn, the king is still vulnerable in the first rank.
Right.
So knight
going
g1.
to G1.
By the way, love that.
It's safe. So when you have an extra piece, you can afford to put one on G1.
Exactly. I was about to say, if it was my turn, I'd really like to put the bishop on d5, and just as you're saying, you make luft for the king, which is why Duda is trying to make life as difficult for Richie as possible. Bishop c6. Whoa.
He took it back, but
Richie wanted to play h4. He hesitated, thought about h3, and said, never mind, h4 is fine. Bishop to d.
so just knight f. Wait, can the knight come out or no? Not yet.
Well, if worse ever comes to worse, right? Can we just play rook f8 check?
Yeah, but we don't want to
We
play
don't
that.
want to. I understand. Rook to c7.
So white does have an issue. How do we bring the king and knight out?
True. And we just saw the move d5.
And let's not forget, they're playing with just 10 seconds on the clock.
By the way,
No time
that
to think.
is a dirty, dirty move, right? d5, protecting the bishop, but uncovering attacking on the rook. Rook to d7.
This pawn is just marching down.
It is annoying. The desirable knight f3 always
Bishop
walks in.
c4 probably, bishop d5, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can
Finally.
exchange, finally, white
Yeah.
can breathe now.
Well, of course, Duda is not interested in
Rook
making
e7.
making life
But on the
easy.
next move now, we can finally develop stuff on the king side.
Bishop f6, I think will walk into rook f7. Yes, it did. And now bishop d5. And now
Still
you're
not that
saying
easy, huh?
you want to play
I want to play
g4?
knight f3, but I still can't. Just rook
Exactly.
b1.
How frustrating.
15 seconds. Can I maybe just play g3, and give up one pawn and bring the pieces out? There you
Guess
go.
what? From your lips to his ears. And there's a bishop g7 check too, by the way. That
Yes.
might not be a pawn that you want to grab.
But what about just d3?
D3, knight f3, finally. Phew. Yeah, I mean, it's like such a relief to get that knight, and there you have it, d3. Knight f3.
And right now, Vichy is our sole leader at the moment.
Because he has +2.
And these two are fighting to catch, or, well, if Duda wins, then
He will surpass.
he'll surpass, but that's very unlikely.
Right.
So
No,
Richie
dear.
can catch Anand,
Exactly.
I think.
And by the way, we think
Actually,
that
no.
Fabi is going to
Richie's
hold.
playing for the second place, because he lost one against Anand.
Exactly.
Yes,
Clock
looks-
is becoming an issue, right?
Duda's up to 30 seconds. Richard 25.
And it turned out to be a draw
So even-
as Fabi managed to hold what we thought was going to be a very difficult ending.
That rook g5 was a brilliant idea.
It really was. Rook b8, because rook f8 check and mate was on the board as a threat. King f3, and finally, it really does feel like Richie is now taking the game under control.
Now we can see that he actually has an extra piece.
Yes, and an active king. That's
G4 now, probably.
G4, yes.
Bishop c8.
Knight
Probably any move is winning now.
C4. Knight c4 also is very attractive. Just get rid of this. If we can get this bishop off this diagonal, we've got bishop g7 and a checkmate coming up. So
Bishop has to go to a1. c3. Mm-hmm.
yeah, a1. I was wondering if I could chase you down, with that rook a7, but bishop c3.
Oh, maybe we can checkmate with the knight now. Knight d6. I think it's coming.
Ooh, yes, I think you're right. G4, nice move.
Bishop c8 and then knight d6, right?
Yep. Feels
Richard
like-
bounced back quickly after his last round loss.
Indeed.
9 seconds for Duda. He knows it's over.
Yeah. Bishop c8, reluctantly played, I must say.
It's the final touches. How would you play this? Safe or go
No,
for the mate?
no. Knight d6 sure feels like it's one of those moves you kind of feel in your bones. It's kind
So-
of like an automatic.
Mhm. Right, if d2, you can just take bishop d2.
Exactly.
The rook is still hanging.
Exactly. D2,
And I
bishop
think
takes
we'll
d2.
see a resignation very shortly.
Yeah, that one really hurts. Bishop takes d2. Your rook is hanging. The bishop is hanging. And thank you. Bravo, Richie.
Great game.
Bravo, as he knocks off our tournament leader. And legend, the Tiger of Madras, is still roaring. Miro, when you came on the show, you were telling us how you have been retiring.
Yeah.
Again and again and again, you try to retire
the most,
Vichy.
the
Then he
most
wins the
painful
tournament.
story, yes, it was, I think it was Qatar or Saudi Arabia, one of the Rapid and Blitz World
Yes.
Championships.
Yes.
And at the beginning of the tournament, I've mentioned something, we cannot expect, not on air, but, in private, that, it's hard to expect something from Vichy because, he lost to Magnus, perhaps he's more of a semi-retired. And he wins the tournament, of course. World champion,
Right.
World Rapid champion.
And let's go to Zagreb as Christian is with Magnus.
Magnus, a slower start in Poland, a much quicker one here in Zagreb. You mentioned that you love playing here in Zagreb. Sum it up the day for us.
Yeah, it was a very interesting day, 3 fighting games. On another day, I could perhaps have eked out a win or even 2 more, but I'm fairly satisfied.
And you started off with a pretty blazing hot victory against Gukesh. Tell us a bit about Gukesh. How do you see him as a player up to this point? He's such a young phenom.
He's so young that I think his play, especially in faster time controls, is going to go up and down a bit. So right now he's struggling, but I'm sure he'll strike back quickly, as I think his general understanding of the game is very good.
Let's talk about the game. Tell us where you felt you created enough balance to take him off the rails.
It's a line that's been fairly topical for a few years, I was not so sure about this knight b3 move. It's very concrete, which is the way he often plays, but I don't think it was very good. So this was clearly the plan to go for yeah, because in all these lines I sort of need to take away the c5 squares. So you often start in these positions, like which move do I want to play? Yeah, I want to play b6, and then let's see if we can make it work tactically. I felt more on general grounds than anything else that with his knight on b3 I should always be doing well here.
So you weren't
here,
still in your prep, but you had some ideas.
I was not in prep here. I even had some crazy ideas like taking here. Oh, sorry, not bishop.
Bishop takes e7.
Bishop takes e7 and then going h3,
That's
and
nice.
sacking the exchange. I don't know.
How do you deal with the temptation to play this type of?
No, I just thought the alternative was pretty tempting as well. So. But here I played too quickly, unfortunately. F5 was really weak. For instance, I could have gone for rook ac8, and I just rejected the move on general grounds because I'm just forcing the rook where it wants to go, but then just f5, and I think I'm doing... Oh, computer even says I can go like king h8, there's nothing close to an attack. So that was a pretty serious misjudgment, actually. And after bishop g5, I realized what I'd done, so I started to spend a lot of time, but I didn't really come up with anything. For instance, if I go like rook c8 now, I think he can go probably bishop f4. If I take rook e3 is coming, and he has got a pretty good setup there, so I didn't feel comfortable, so I decided to play for activity. And here he made a really poor decision. He absolutely had to go rook f1, which is just also what I've been focusing on, this rook c8, and it felt to me that I was not risking much, but also he's very much in the game here.
But from a practical perspective, you still felt like you had.
Yeah, I still felt like I was okay, but probably not really better. While after the move he made, I don't know what he missed, because he played it fairly quickly, and my first thought is, doesn't this just lose to h6? After thinking for a bit, that was my second and third thought as well. And now his bishop is forced away. So I have this pawn chain, rook c7 is always met by rook c8. So it's from here on. I mean, I took my time, but it was more of a mopping up job than anything else.
Yesterday, you also played an important event, the all-encompassing Title Tuesday. You finished on 11 out of 11. How did that give you enough confidence for today?
Yeah.
For the rest of the tournament as well?
Yeah, it felt really good. Usually when I play those tournaments, I start off okay, and then I tilt a bit at the end, and I end up with a pretty bad feeling. To be honest, like, scoring 11 out of 11 made me so excited that it was hard to sleep afterwards. So I'm like, I didn't really get enough sleep for today, but still, yeah, it was a fun feeling.
Definitely 11 out of 11 can keep you buzzing. Congratulations, Magnus. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. 11 out of 11 in the Title Tuesday Blitz tournament is a frightening thought to anybody who's playing in Zagreb. Pretty scary. Let's take a look at the standings after our first day of Rapids. Nasi.
Right after 3 rounds, we have a sole leader, Vishy Anand. Who would have expected?
Right? Nice.
Then with +2, Magnus Carlsen, Jan Christoph Duda, and Richie Rapport.
Right.
50%, Fabiano Caruana and Ivan Saric. And Firuza, Nepo, Gukesh, and Lupulescu will try to bounce back tomorrow.
Exactly. As Vishy leads our tournament, Miro, as you say at the start of the show, you try to write Vishy off, but he keeps bouncing back when you least expect him to.
Right. That's exactly what happens. And if you listen to his interviews, he's last few years, he's very modest. Yeah, I'm enjoying the game. I'm trying to be the ambassador, try to play against him.
Exactly. And speaking of Vichy, let's go back to Zagreb and Christian, as the man of the hour is with Christian.
Thanks, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed with the man of the hour, the five-time world champion, Viswanathan Anand. Vishy, last year in Poland, you started 3 out of 3. In fact, in the first day of Rapid. Today, 2.5, a pretty decent start. Tell us about your day.
Yes, very nice start. With Alireza, he at some point I was losing control because I went bishop d4, and I think that's a mistake. I had simply missed.
Perhaps we can get actually that game going on. Bishop to d4.
Yeah, somewhere on there. So he, I don't know, walked in, permitted this move.
Yes.
Yeah, he permitted knight g4. And of course, I could play e5, and maybe it is unpleasant for him after bishop f4. And just play e5, and it should be. But I got greedy, and I thought if I throw bishop d4 in, and after e3, bishop takes e3, and then e5 is very strong. But then he went.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But bishop takes c3, by the way.
Bishop takes e3.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
I was wondering where the f pawn was, but yeah, e5. So he played knight c4, and then I realized there was a hole in my calculation, because after e5 there is simply e3. And now I kind of wondered about e takes f4, but I felt in the end it's more likely to be wrong than right.
Yeah.
So
is it because of the structure? A bit
no, it's just that I'm
unstable,
losing this pawn. I have a little potential on the king side. Let's say fg3, hg3, and then maybe the queen transfer to h5. But I couldn't really believe that this would work.
Yeah.
So then I decided to bail out with bishop takes b2.
Yes.
And I think he could take with the g pawn. I thought the e pawn was fine as well, but the g gives him more potential when something is taken. Like already I can't play queen d5 because of h3 and rook takes c5.
Very nice.
This trick. This trick is happening quite often in the game. So what also I didn't realize is I can't play knight gf6 here because of rook takes c5. So I was kind of just paralyzed there. So then I came up with rook fc8, and then realized I had not solved h3, knight f6, rook takes c5 at all.
Yeah.
So I just blundered right back into that. So well, you can see it was a chaotic game. But then at some point he just blundered queen d4.
This was the move he missed.
But I think it's pretty close to equality, I would say.
Yeah.
So in the end, he wasn't risking very much. But
so this one finished in a draw, the only draw in today's rounds for you. But then, obviously, it's so important to finish on a high note, and you did that in a very difficult game because it's so easy to liquidate everything and just make a draw in this type of positions. Yet, with limited material, you managed to convert against
well,
the
he just blundered. I mean, he went rook a4, and I went rook takes b3, and he was a little bit shocked.
Yes.
I think it just slipped his mind. So,
but even here, with a pawn up.
I didn't even think it was really winning.
Yeah.
I thought the edge must be very small. So rook a1. I missed bishop e5. I mean, queen b4, bishop a3, queen b7 looked weak to me. I couldn't really believe that a pawn's going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
But, you know, as long as it's alive, it's bothering him. But we went for this, and then I'm just doing miracles not lose the a pawn. So what did I come up with? I came up with queen b5. That's a
very nice.
Yeah. There might well be a good move like queen c4 or king f1, which might be better than what he did.
Instead of queen takes b5.
Like king f1 is a great move to throw in. First of all, it leaves me with an a pawn, a rather weak a pawn, and
but not yet.
And you know White's king is improving.
But not yet, right?
Not yet. But I'm threatening bishop takes b8 and rook takes a6. So.
Yeah.
But the problem with these positions is not that there isn't a draw, but when you're playing with White, you need to nail it, and that's where the hope for me came. So
And one thing I've noticed, you were also putting a lot of pressure on your opponent's clock. You were playing very, very fast.
I thought I was using a fair amount of time myself because literally it's very hard to find a move which doesn't lose a pawn. So I found bishop b4.
At this point, bishop to b4, yes.
And
d1.
I have to take.
Yes.
He takes, and then I go b4. And this pawn, it looks like it should fall, but again with my knights, I'm going to do something. Bishop d6, knight e4 is a nice trick, but he starts with the rook.
Yes.
And then I have to stop knight c6. I briefly considered e5, but sorry, so rook c8.
So bishop to d6.
Knight e4.
Knight e4.
No, excuse me, not here. I will
Not
first
here.
I have to play rook a8 or c8. Not here, sorry. First I would play rook a8.
But he could have played. So you want
Then
to
I
play
would
something
just go rook
else?
c8.
Rook c8.
And I'm still threatening the thing.
Checkmate. Yeah.
And,
he doesn't have time to
so
take.
he doesn't have time to take. So
what if he goes f3 here?
I would play
Now you have
rook
c4,
or
knight c5 ideas.
It's no. Here I considered rook c2, rook c1 check, king f2, knight c5.
Yeah.
And again, by miracle, I'm not losing that pawn. But I would have had to check everything at the board because you could easily blunder into a back rank thing.
Yeah.
In fact, I've just blundered into it. Rook takes c5, knight c2 it's not even
knight
working.
takes c6 doesn't
Knight c2,
work,
yeah,
or
but knight c2
knight c2
glitches
works,
it.
yeah.
So the margin of error is, oh no, I have rook d5 here. But that pawn's really not going to, it's not long for this world. King e2, it's not long for this world.
Yeah.
So,
So he played rook to b2.
and knight c5 is a good trick here because if he goes rook c2, I simply go knight c3. And there is no way he can, and then if the knight comes to d3 and so on, I'm really
connecting the knights together nicely. Yeah.
So he took this and he went e4, and now he just has a bad choice. He can play ed5 and de6.
After rook to c4.
And with my e pawn, there's some hope, but I would say it's decent winning chances for black.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what he did went down very fast.
Yeah. After that,
Yeah, in fact, here I realized that after g4, I really ought to have known this. Hg3 is just winning.
Okay.
King g2, and then this old trick, rook d2 check.
Yes.
King takes the rook b2, put the rook on b1, put the pawn on b2, and then take a king for all the long walks. Here, there, that h pawn might drop, and so on. I think this should be winning, but what I did was fine as well. I mean, somehow keeping the h pawn also was very tempting.
Yeah.
And here, his problem is he has gone g5. If he didn't, I would play f6 and king g6. But now that he's gone there, I'll take on h3, and what happened in the game? I go rook g3. So.
Vishy, you're just coming off a very intense tournament as well, the Global Chess League. It feels like all of the players that are warmed up in this event, Duda, yourself, Magnus, who are performing well, are coming from that tournament. Do you feel playing more before helped you as well?
For me, it made a huge difference because I got a chance to play chess after a fairly long break. So for me, the Global Chess League was very useful to remember how to play chess. And well, I wouldn't draw too many conclusions from one day. I hope this continues, but let's see.
Tell me about Gukesh. You've been mentoring this young prodigy for quite a long time. We've seen you give him a lot of advice during events as well. Tell us a bit about him.
So in 2020, when I started my academy, there were these 4 young grandmasters, very, very young, and they were all at the age of 14, 15, thereabouts. And I mean, I expected them to make huge leaps anyway, but particularly Gukesh has done very, very well. Pragg also had a sensational year. I think it wasn't fully reflected because he was playing more rapid and blitz than classical, so his classical rating wasn't budging, but now he's making up for that. But Gukesh, it's very, very impressive. He's just he's now in the top 15 or something, and that's fantastic for him, and he had a very creditable result in Norway. So, very happy that he's doing well.
Vishy, congratulations once again on a great start to this tournament, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, bye.
Thank you, Christian. Very, very nice, Vishy. Congratulations on day 1 and our schedule, Nasi.
We'll be back tomorrow for day 2, rapid rounds 4 to 6.
Right.
And we have 4 more days of exciting chess. 2 more days of Rapid and 2 days of Blitz coming up.
And each day of the Rapids will be 2 points for each game, and in the Blitz, just the traditional 1-point scoring system. As Vishy Anand takes a clear lead, 5 out of 6, not bad. And here are our predictions. I was doing really well through 2 rounds.
Until the last round, yes.
Yes. Firouzja, Duda, hey, Anastasia joined, and nobody picked Vishy.
I think Miro really wanted to.
Well, yeah. But yeah, I ended up with Fabi, which isn't bad,
They're
right?
not bad,
I mean,
no.
Fabi is just behind you guys.
Right. And again, to all of those who are joining us a little late, we handicapped ourselves. We're not picking Magnus. Magnus being a
That would
wild
not be
card in
fair.
the tournament, and the highest rated player wouldn't be that fair. And let's just jump to Zagreb for some final thoughts of day 1. Over to you, Anastasia and Christian.
Well, I have to say my pick is not warmed up yet. Firouzja has been having quite some difficult games, especially in my pet opening as well, the Grunfeld. Unfortunately, he just didn't know the opening very well, and he got punished by Duda swiftly in that one. Still, plenty of games to recover, but I have to say I'm impressed with the way Vishy Anand is conducting himself. Just an incredible player he is, and you can see how the class is shining through in this event. Anastasia, what caught your eye?
Yeah, of course, if I'm talking about my pick, Jan Krzysztof Duda, I was really disappointed with the last game. I think he was really doing well, and then something happened, and Richie won at the end, and I think he was really unhappy at the end that it turned this way. But otherwise, the day was actually great, and lots of people came to the playing hall, and many kids, by the way, were today on the seats, and also spotted European Union Chess European Union President Zurab Azmaiparashvili as well, watching the games, as well as former world champion Garry Kasparov, who was coming from time to time to the playing hall to follow the games, not online but live, and it was really nice to see him so excited about the games and everything. Of course, lots of chess fans around and lots of vibes, and it was interesting also how the crowd was moving depending on where Ivan Saric was playing or Magnus Carlsen. Sometimes they were on the left, and then you could suddenly see everybody was concentrated in the middle. And I mean, yeah, it was fun day, and really there was.
Speaking about those two players, that game between each other, Magnus
Yes.
and Ivan Saric, and at some point when they finished, the crowd started applauding.
Exactly.
But surprise, there was still one game left. Tell us about that moment.
There was an interesting moment yesterday. I was there at this moment, and actually I started to hear these applause, and then Magnus started to analyze the game with Ivan, and they were probably quite loud, and the arbiter made some warning, and then they realized that Fabi is still playing, and they were shocked. And this is this kind of moment when you realize that there are some other people playing in this hall. I think everybody had it before, and so you can see actually all those videos in our social media accounts. So please follow Instagram account of Grand Chess Tour, Twitter and Facebook, and you will see a lot of things there which were happening during the day.
Great energy, great games from Zagreb. Back to you guys in the studio, and we'll see you tomorrow with day 2.
Thank you, Anastasia, and thank you, Christian. Reminded me forcefully of my tournaments in Yugoslavia, where the crowds were so knowledgeable. When the grand old man of Yugoslav chess, Svetozar Gligoric, would sacrifice in exchange, the crowds would be shouting, "Bravo, Gliga! Bravo!" during the game.
I wish
it
that was
fantastic.
still allowed.
I know, it was just so good. Miro, join us for the final thoughts of this first day of Rapid and Blitz.
Wrapping first day up, I have to say today we had everything which advocates for the rapid for rapid time control.
Right.
I would argue, because quality games, like deep preparation, but also this drama-filled, finales when you have 10 seconds or sometimes 2 seconds each, right? And then they're blitzing on increment, and the evaluation goes up and down, and yeah. So I'm really excited for today, and let's see what happens next.
Absolutely. Thank you, Miro. Very, very exciting round. Thank you all for joining us. I hope you join us tomorrow, same time, same channel. Really wonderful. Have a
Thank
pleasant
you
evening.
for joining us, and see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.